harm that alcohol abuse does.
That ends topical questions. The next item of business is a motion of condolence in the name of Alex Salmond following the death of Nelson Mandela. I'd like to inform members that I have instructed that the Parliament's flags be flown today at half-mast, and the flags will again fly at half-mast on the day of the funeral. Following agreement with the South African Honorary Consul, we have also made a book of condolence available for the public, for members and for staff to sign in the main hall. I now call on Alex Salmond to speak to move the motion. First Minister.
Presiding Officer, I have great pleasure in moving this motion, which I know will be supported by every single member in this Parliament. In 1875, less than a mile from this Parliament, William Henley wrote a poem called Invictus while he was being treated for tuberculosis in the old Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. Several generations later, 6,000 miles from here, it spoke directly to Nelson Mandela when he was in prison on Robben Island. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged the punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. In recent days, the entire world has given thanks for the unconquerable soul of Nelson Mandela, and therefore it's entirely fitting that this Parliament should mark his passing in this fashion. He was a towering political leader, the greatest statesman of his generation. He was an inspiration to millions, countless millions, around the world. And this afternoon, I want to reflect briefly on 3 of the visits he made to these islands. I only met President Mandela once, but I almost met him as a young politician in 1990, when I was inveigled, along with, if I remember correctly, Gavin Strang, George Fultz and Jim Sillars, into presenting the hands-off Hibs petition into Downing Street. And when we arrived at the steps of Downing Street, there was an extraordinary hullabaloo, cameras, television cameras like of which I'd never seen, and I was struck. I had no idea that hands-off Hibs had generated such interest. And then we were told that Nelson Mandela was meeting Margaret Thatcher, and the meeting had run well over an hour beyond its time, and the press were passing their time with the hands-off Hibs petition. In a moment of inspiration, I said to the assembled press corps that Nelson Mandela was supporting the hands-off Hibs campaign. And then we loitered for a time, hoping to meet the great man on his way out of Downing Street. But as we were ushered back up Downing Street, the press corps broke into a chant of Free Mandela, suggesting that after 27 years of incarceration in Robben Island, he was now captured in Downing Street by Margaret Thatcher. And when we got back to the gates, the entrance to Downing Street, the ANC supporters there started chanting "Hands off Hibs." Both campaigns were successful. The second visit, 3 years later, in 1993, as has been well documented and rightly documented over the last few days, Glasgow was the first city anywhere in the world to award Nelson Mandela Freedom of the City. It was followed by many other cities across the globe, and in Scotland, of course, Aberdeen, Dundee, and our capital city of Edinburgh, and Midlothian Council as well. In 1982, Michael Kelly, the Lord Provost of Glasgow, launched a declaration arguing for Nelson Mandela's release. That declaration went on to gain the support from 2,500 civic leaders from 56 countries around the world. Famously, in 1986, St George's Place, then home of the South African Consulate, was renamed Nelson Mandela Place. And so in 1993, when Nelson Mandela was able to accept the freedom of Glasgow in person, he remembered and said how much that gesture had meant to him. What he said was, while we were physically denied our freedom in the country of our birth, a city 6,000 miles away, as renowned as Glasgow, refused to accept the legitimacy of the apartheid system and declared us to be free. The place, Glasgow in particular, Scotland more widely, that place we earned in Nelson Mandela's heart has been much commented on recent days. It's something of which this nation can be justifiably proud. The third visit I want to reflect on is in 1996, when President Mandela gave an address in Westminster Hall to both houses of the UK Parliament. It was a much-anticipated address, and certainly he didn't disappoint. He said that unity and reconciliation would be the first founding stone of the new South Africa. And of course, unity and reconciliation shone through in all of Nelson Mandela's action. In his refusal to look for vengeance, his understanding that forgiveness was essential to South Africa's future, and perhaps most of all in the empathy he showed to his former oppressors. He invited his prison warder to his inauguration. He asked his prosecutor to lunch. He travelled to the home of Betsy Verwoerd, the widow of South Africa's president, at the time of his own trial and imprisonment. These acts of grace, of empathy and forgiveness helped to make South Africa's transition to democracy possible. They are the greatest example of true statesmanship of our times. And perhaps the handshake today in the FNB Stadium between the President of the United States and the President of Cuba is an indication that that empathy, forgiveness and reconciliation continues after death in terms of the effect that Mandela is having. Presiding officer, at the end of his trial in 1964, Mandela made one of the most admired speeches of the last century. He said, "I have fought against white domination, I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony with equal opportunities. It is an ideal I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it's an ideal for which I am prepared to die." Nelson Mandela did not die for that ideal, he lived for it, and he achieved it, more successfully than anyone could possibly have imagined. In doing so, he provided an example to people across the planet. He encouraged us all to live up to our better natures. And he inspired us to continue to work for the day when, in the words that resounded round this Parliament when it was open, "Man to man the world o'er, shall brothers be for all that." Today, this Parliament extends our condolences to the great man's family, to the people of South Africa. The world is much poorer for his passing, but much, much richer for his life.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. And can I just say, first of all, I'm grateful for the opportunity on behalf of the Labour Party to support this motion of condolence on the passing of Nelson Mandela and concur with everything that the First Minister has said. I'm all too aware that the capacity of Nelson Mandela, his energy, compassion, the courage, the forgiveness embodied in him, this is a life so immense that words can barely capture the character of the man or do him justice. And as I was travelling through the centre of Glasgow today to get the train, I was reflecting on what I might say. And I spotted flowers in abundance laid across the pavement and realised they were there to mark the passing of Nelson Mandela in the place right at the very heart of Glasgow, which was named after him when he was given the freedom of the city. I am proud that Glasgow was the first city in the world to convey this freedom upon a man imprisoned because of his belief in equality and justice, a belief for which he was prepared to die. And I recognise that other cities like Aberdeen, as has been mentioned by the First Minister, also followed. But it was, of course, more than a gesture. Mandela himself spoke of the impact of the news of them in jail, an act of solidarity that gave them succour, told them that the world outside supported them. It was solidarity, but it was also a rebuke to the apartheid regime, both symbolically but also in a very practical way. In a perhaps typically Glaswegian approach, Nelson Mandela Place was not just the renaming of a street, for of course it was the street which housed the South African Embassy, meaning that correspondence to the South African Embassy had to be delivered in the name of the man who symbolised the world's abhorrence of the apartheid regime they defended. Indeed, I recall that postal workers would not deliver the correspondence to the embassy if it were not properly addressed, leading eventually to the embassy being forced to get a post office box number to avoid the problem. But in all of that, of course, highlighting the increasing absurdity and the isolation of their position. And it did take courage. There were those who spoke out and asked for action. I think it's important to reflect that the struggle against apartheid took leadership and the immense courage of those who were at the heart of the suffering, but also took the individual decisions to choose humanity, often in a country like Scotland where there were family connections to South Africa, to act in small ways right across Scotland and the United Kingdom that led to international consequences. People far beyond politicians, Brian Filling we have seen this week, the churches, people of compassion, the trade unionists, all coming to reject a regime and its brutality. And there are many examples of the years of people choosing the world they wanted and fighting for it, like Bob Hughes, who led the anti-apartheid movement at UK level for many years. And of course, there is a strong tradition of solidarity in Scotland. Another example, perhaps not now remembered so well, was the electoral campaign at Glasgow University in 1962, which transformed a student election to an election that had an international impact, when students across parties supported Albert Luthuli, a man who was elected in his absence, a man who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his struggle against apartheid, who was prominent in the ANC and could not leave his country to take on these rectorial duties. But that message of solidarity, even at that time, rang very strong. And I'm proud that our own Donald Dewar was part of that campaign and that a Luthuli Scholarship still exists. Indeed, as a student in the 70s, a fellow student of mine in our politics course came from South Africa to study because of the benefit of that scholarship. He was a bright young man who still could not vote in his own country and would not have a vote for many years to come. So there was solidarity, there was a campaign, but it was not something that those involved believed could easily be won. We remembered Soweto, the death of Steve Biko. I remember vividly standing in protest with many others in 1979 outside the South African embassy, pleading for clemency for Solomon Malangu, who was to be executed. And the absolute sadness when we realised that international pleading failed and he was killed. It could be, and did seem overwhelming, impossible that change might come. And when it did, when Nelson Mandela walked from jail, tall, smiling, dignified, unbroken, how many across the world found hope again, a belief that change might be possible because of this man and because of the individual decisions to boycott, to support sanctions, to challenge investments in South Africa, all of us telling that that work could make a difference, that there was a point in politics and a point in campaigning. But surely the awe we hold for him is magnified by the way in which he responded. He sought to heal his country, to unify through peace and reconciliation. We look now and say how right that was, but it was not an easy option or a route to take. And as in the last few days, I'm sure many of you like me have watched on TV of the lessons and the message of Nelson Mandela, one image struck me like a physical pain, and that was looking at the truth and reconciliation process itself. People speaking of their loss and suffering, confronting their tormentors confronting their past, and Archbishop Tutu, with his head on a desk weeping, overwhelmed by the pain that truth and reconciliation bring. But the man we mourn today for his courage and towering ability was a dignified man, but not a man who stood on his dignity. His humanity, his warmth, his smile, he spoke to us, he was of us, and that makes his suffering over 27 years and his survival of it all the more remarkable. I recall when he came to Glasgow to receive the freedom of the city, and he came to George Square. The joy when Mandela addressed us, and we could not resist, and then could not resist moving to the music. Ian Davidson, the folk singer, wrote a song which captures that moment, that told us this was not an ordinary leader, this was one who could dance too. We'd sung about him for years, and there were speeches everywhere, but I'll never forget the cheers when Mandela danced in the square. So we remember Nelson Mandela. We seek to console and reach out to the family who lose him, who suffer most from his loss, and to the country that he so proudly served. He fought injustice when there seemed no chance of victory, but he fought, he endured, and he won. And when Mandela won, he struggled as hard for peace as he had to defeat apartheid. Nelson Mandela was the best of Africa. He was the best of humanity. He was the best of us all.
Ruth Davidson.
Thank you. Presiding Officer, we view events, people and change through our own eyes, and our time and our experiences are reflected in what we see. Nelson Mandela's journey from prisoner to president, watched around the world, spanned the decades, and the years of that journey are clear in this chamber because while the First Minister and to a greater extent the leader of the Labour Party have talked about their memories of the apartheid struggle and how it impacted on their political consciousness and the politics and the worldview of those around them, my memories are, by necessity, only of what came after. When the specials charted with Free Nelson Mandela, I was 5. When the world watched the man walk free from prison, I was still at primary school. My political consciousness wasn't really formed until I was in my teens, and by then he was already president. And by the time that I reached voting age, Mandela was more than halfway through his term of office and had already indicated that he would step down. So I don't remember the struggle. For me and for people of my age, it was something to be viewed almost in the rear-view mirror of modern history, as anachronistic and as wrong as American segregation or communist rule across Europe. My view of Mandela was of a man greatly wronged, trying to heal his broken country and to lead it from darkness into light. No one is born hating another person because of the colour of his skin, he said, and added, or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. On leaving prison, with more reason to hate than anyone, Mandela showed people how to love and how to forgive. Mandela taught the world that reconciliation was more powerful than retribution. Despite terrible provocation, he never answered racism with racism, choosing instead to build a rainbow nation. And he lived his philosophy every day, and sometimes at great personal cost. It was only a number of years after the fall of apartheid that I started more fully to appreciate the transition which had occurred from oppression to equality under the rule of law, that it was not an inevitability, not simply the right and proper, even the obvious way that things could have happened by natural political evolution. It was as a consequence of one man's courage, conviction and conscience. As a young reporter, I was invited to hear F.W. de Klerk speak at St Andrews University, and it was only then, hearing at first hand but from the opposite side, the difficulties entrenched in their shared land, that I understood just how big a gap had been bridged. The pressure on Mandela from newly emancipated black South Africans to hit back at their oppressors for every wrong they had endured. The moral courage required to stand up and show that there was another way, that truth could lead to reconciliation. Mandela's words, "To be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others," is the simplest of concepts, but the hardest of tasks. To work with leaders of an establishment that had taken a third of his life and subjugated a whole people. Back in these dark days of strife and of turmoil and of challenge, many struggled to understand the potency of what was unfolding, not least within my own party. I am pleased that the opening of the Thatcher archive shows that Margaret Thatcher lobbied P.W. Botha for Mandela's release and did so repeatedly and with vigour. Such a move, she told him, would have more impact than almost any single action you could undertake. But that knowledge, and the subsequent acknowledgement of the unique greatness which was Nelson Mandela, does not change the fact that many members of my party did not recognise apartheid for the grave violation of human dignity it was, and did not back the struggle to end it. It is a stain on our party, and those members have found themselves on the wrong side of history. For someone a generation behind, it is almost incomprehensible to me how their judgment could have been so wrong. Following his release, Nelson Mandela showed the world what could be achieved by offering a hand of friendship, by shared endeavour, by trust, by forgiveness and by love. His example gave hope, not just to his country or his continent, but to all people. Describing himself, he said, "I am fundamentally an optimist. Whether that comes from nature or nurture, I cannot say. Part of being optimistic is keeping one's head pointed towards the sun and one's feet moving forward. There were many dark moments when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give myself up to despair." And that action, that refusal to give in to rancour, the persistence to keep putting one foot in front of the other, to guide his nation in its journey from division to unity, increased everybody's faith in humanity. All nations were represented at his memorial today because Mandela didn't just speak for South Africa, he spoke to the world. And his message of love, of faith, of forgiveness and of human dignity made him not just a man for our time, but a man for all time. I support the motion before the Chamber.
Willie Rennie.
Like so many others, I've seen the remarkable scenes from Johannesburg today. Presidents and Prime Ministers, archbishops and cardinals, village choirs and children from Soweto gathered in one place. Nelson Mandela's death was a moment we all knew would come, but for most of our lives we could only have dreamed that he would be able to pass on peacefully, in freedom, and with the thanks of the world around him. The vocation of politics to play a part in a changing world grew with me in the 1980s. At that time, we had the Iron Curtain in Europe, the Cold War across the world, and apartheid in South Africa. For me, there was that brief, remarkable moment in time when Nelson Mandela was out of prison and President of South Africa. Václav Havel was out of prison and President of the Czech Republic. Lech Walesa was President of Poland. Three things that had seemed impossible just 5 years earlier. I can only imagine the impact that this had on those individuals and the people who had campaigned for those decades before. Our first presiding officer in this Scottish Parliament was David Steele. He was a member and then president of the anti-apartheid movement from his first young days in politics in the 1950s and 60s. In 1986, as leader of the Liberal Party, he delivered the annual freedom speech at the University of Cape Town. He has written about it in the last few days. The South African minister, PK Botha, refused him permission to visit Nelson Mandela. He wondered why the West was so obsessed about what he called this chap. And within 5 years, he knew why. A peaceful but fundamental change to democracy in South Africa led by Nelson Mandela. And apartheid isn't a word you hear today in its true meaning, with all the evil, cruelty, division and injustice that the system had to its rotten core. And the world is a better place as a result. Apartheid South Africa was almost alone in the world. We boycotted goods. We shunned its businesses and spokespeople. The South African embassy in Trafalgar Square in London is now a place we can be proud to see. Back then, you would only go there to protest at the injustice, to demand Mandela's freedom and to end apartheid. A leader, a statesman and an inspiration, certainly, but his suffering was as a man. His daughter, Makawizi, spoke yesterday with that kind of uplifting manner of her father about how her father did not just seek political freedom, but spiritual freedom as well. If he did not forgive others, he himself would remain imprisoned. That spiritual freedom had been a feature of these days of mourning. The personal stories of kindness. I was particularly moved by the story from Gordon Brown on the radio just a few days ago. He told of the time after his son was born and he received a call at home from Nelson Mandela. Not just any kind of routine call of congratulations, but a father to a father, an intimate discussion from a parent who had lost a son to another who had lost a daughter. A human touch. And to that we could add, as Makawizi reminded us, the strength that allowed him to be the champion of forgiveness and reconciliation. A man who did not want the hurt he had suffered to be part of anyone else's life. And through his strength, he gave a future to that country of South Africa, which could so easily have failed. And he inspired reconciliation after other conflicts, not least in Northern Ireland, where so many brave individuals have put their losses and tragedies behind them. Nelson Mandela inspired us with his struggle in captivity. He gave us hope across the world on his release. And today, as we reflect his life, he lifts us up again to work to a better world, where, as he said, we close the circle and herald the advent of a glorious summer of a partnership for freedom, peace, prosperity and friendship. Thank you.
Patrick Harvey.
Some of the images that I saw at the age of 16 on a portable television with a wire coat hanger for an aerial made me feel that I was living in an age of hope, profound hope for change and a better world ahead. The first was of people dancing on top of the Berlin Wall, taking chunks out of it. The second was the image of Nelson Mandela walking from the prison gates into the global spotlight. Dignified and unbroken, as Joanne Lamont quite rightly said, but the image not of the young man who'd been imprisoned, but of a man in his 70s. It's happened very rarely that a leader has emerged to govern at that age, but without having been compromised by the lifetime of political deals behind him. Perhaps that, as much as his innate qualities, made him the embodiment of hope. So the dismay that I felt last week was not only because the man had died. All of us knew that that was expected. It was also because he had died in, and we still live in, a world in which hope is so hard to sustain. We look around and we still see the things he fought against: poverty and inequality, war and conflict, prejudice and discrimination, the exploitation of people and of the planet we share, and brutality and injustice still perpetrated in places like Palestine, as they were in South Africa by the apartheid regime. But the tribute today in Johannesburg, drenched in the rain like so many Glasgow demonstrations over the years, has been inspirational to see, reminding us of the capacity of human beings to progress, and that through a determination to do so, we can achieve not yet a decent world for all people, but a better world. Nelson Mandela has been praised from all quarters. He's been praised for the sense of justice, which gave him the determination to oppose both apartheid and economic injustice, and for the humanity to forgive, in a spirit of truth and reconciliation, those who had perpetrated apartheid. But between those chapters, he also showed the courage to fight when the necessity became clear, and the resilience to survive and to show continued leadership through decades of brutal treatment and imprisonment, at a time when so many around the world continued to treat the apartheid regime as a legitimate government. Our respect and admiration should not be limited to his life as an elder statesman. If he had not shown also the courage to fight and the resilience to survive, would he be the figure of such global significance as he became? How can we learn from his story and continue to change the world for the better? Consigning war, poverty, racism, injustice and exploitation to history might seem impossible. We will need the sense of justice, the courage, the resilience and the humanity that he showed, if we are ever to be able to say, as he did, it always seems impossible until it's done.
Thank you. That concludes the motion of condolence for Nelson Mandela. The next item of business is a debate on motion number 8544 in the name of Rosanna Cunningham on human rights. Members who wish to speak in the debate should press the request to speak button now, and I'll give a few moments for people to change their seats. I now call on Rosanna Cunningham to speak to move the motion. Minister, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today marks the launch of Scotland's very first National Action Plan for Human Rights. And I'm delighted to be here debating it on International Human Rights Day. And in talking about human rights, I couldn't let the debate pass without paying my own tribute to Nelson Mandela. With his passing, the first democratically elected president of South Africa, the world has lost a towering statesman and the outstanding political leader of his generation. And his integrity, humanity and compassion were an inspiration to countless millions around the globe, and his influence transcended ideology, race and creed. He was an outstanding champion of universal human rights everywhere. Creating a modern, inclusive Scotland, which protects, respects and realises the universal human rights of all our citizens, is a core ambition of this government, which is why the Scottish Human Rights Commission's efforts over the past 18 months to develop a national action plan for human rights has enjoyed both our support and our active engagement. Human rights are more than just mere legal instruments. They are the fundamental freedoms and rights to which everyone is entitled. They're built on universal values such as dignity, equality, freedom, autonomy and respect, first set down by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 65 years ago and now grounded in international law. It's fair to say that those fundamental principles resonate closely with Scotland's own deeply held values of fairness, social justice and communitarian spirit. Of course, the protection of human rights in Scotland and beyond depends on a clear legal framework. The European Convention of Human Rights acts as a guide to the common European ideal in this regard. The Convention has been with us for some time. Members may be aware that September marked the 60th anniversary of it coming into force across Europe, and of course that was a Europe coming out of a horrendous war, needing to establish and look forward to a far better future. And there's a broader framework of international human rights law, consisting of various covenants and treaties, which Scotland is obliged to give positive effect to. Domestically, human rights are embedded within the Scotland Act, and the Human Rights Act places further obligations upon all public bodies to respect human rights in the exercise of their functions. So there is a strong legal framework already in place, and we start from a premise that human rights are a force for good and that they provide the foundation of a modern democratic society. Ultimately, of course, it is for nations themselves, through their institutions and their public services, to ensure that human rights are secured for their citizens. The devolved settlement ensures that the Scottish Government and this Parliament are constitutionally bound to uphold human rights, a system that is progressively in line with the European mainstream. Of course, an independent Scotland could do more. Human rights would be secured within a codified constitution, and we could ensure that Scotland becomes a beacon of progressive opinion, in keeping with the importance we have long attached to human dignity, equality and fairness, and the pursuit of social justice.
Jenny Marrow.
The Minister, Presiding Officer, for clarification on that point. A constitution in an independent Scotland, would that take the Human Rights Act and embed it in the Scottish Constitution, or would you be looking at a different set of rights?
Cabinet Secretary, Minister.
Well, I think that we would be looking at exactly the kinds of things that most countries in Europe and the wider world regard as human rights. And I don't want to disappoint Jenny Mara in suggesting that we're going to come up with a completely separate set of human rights. We will be working and building on what we already have. The First Minister has spoken of the potential within such a constitution to go even further than the Convention does, and consider how we might embed economic, social and cultural rights within a constitution for Scotland. And these would be matters which a constitutional convention set up after independence to prepare the permanent written constitution could consider. And such a move would accord with the Scottish Government's existing approach. I use our abolition of tuition fees and legislation on homelessness as just two examples where we've demonstrated our commitment, but I believe it also accords with the broader social democratic consensus in Scotland and our collective commitment to the common weal. But I know that these are interesting subjects for wider debate, and I think that debate would probably continue on into developing any constitution. We will all be familiar with Eleanor Roosevelt's oft-quoted remarks when she said that human rights begin in small places, close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning anywhere. So ensuring that these fundamental legal principles translate into real-life experiences is key and accords with this government's approach. Across the Scottish Government's various responsibilities, we are working to realise the rights of the people of Scotland. A few examples. We've brought forward legislation to ensure that our criminal justice system has human rights at its heart. We're working to embed human rights within the integration of health and social care. Our commitment to equality and non-discrimination is supported by the provision of over £20 million to realise the rights of communities. We are committed to progressing the implementation of the UN Convention on the Human Rights of the Child, which includes the introduction of dedicated children's rights legislation for the first time. And we're taking action to mitigate the worst impacts of the UK Government's welfare reforms. And internationally, we've seen a step change in Scotland's Government's approach to engagement, placing human rights at the heart of our international framework, the championing of climate justice at home and abroad, our international development programme to support the aspirations of the developing world, and a greater focus on engagement with the UN human rights system, all demonstrate our commitment to acting as a modern, responsible nation and supporting the realisation of human rights across the world, in the developing world. Part of that role involves promoting Scotland's values internationally, and the First Minister delivered a significant speech in China recently, highlighting the launch of the National Action Plan and outlining the importance of participation in the UN human rights system, a speech which Amnesty International described as an important first step. And in 2014, there will be a further opportunity to showcase our values with the advent of the Commonwealth Games and the eyes of the world on Scotland. I'm certain that the world will be left in no doubt as to the values of Scotland and the Commonwealth Games and our collective commitment to humanity, equality and destiny. So it's going to come as no surprise that I believe that with independence we would gain the levers to give further effect to our international human rights obligations domestically and play a more active role as a responsible nation on the world stage. Scotland's first National Action Plan for Human Rights recognises that Scotland is at a particular stage in her journey, and that there is more to be done, whether it be through building a rights-based culture, tackling the continued injustices in Scottish society, or playing our part globally as a responsible actor. I need to move on very quickly, if the member wouldn't mind. The aspiration of creating a country where everyone lives with human dignity is one that I think we can all support. And while we may have some different and interesting debates about some particular aspects of it, what we're all trying to achieve, I think, is a unified end. Remember what's
Stevenson.
I just wondered if the Minister might care to commend Mary Robinson, former President of a small country, Ireland, for her very significant contribution to human rights in the area of climate justice. It shows what small countries can do.
Minister? I'm sure the member would expect me to endorse that, having met Mary Robinson and knowing the huge impact that she had internationally, not just on climate justice but on a wide range of issues. It does show that small countries are not constrained and always restrained in terms of what they are able to do, even in this huge global endeavour of pushing human rights forwards. I think Scotland's own politics and its own history suggests that we would be able to join that same commitment and push forward internationally in ways which I personally think we are more constrained in doing at the moment because of the constitutional setup, and I know people will have different views about that. But I would like to unleash our views on human rights on the world, because I believe we have as much to offer as Ireland did under President Mary Robinson. So the Scottish Government is fully committed to continued engagement with Scotland's first National Action Plan for Human Rights, and I wish to commend the Scottish Human Rights Commission for the work that they have put into this, work which has been done not just in partnership with government, but across a wide range of partnerships with a huge number of different groups and organisations in bringing this forward, giving us a blueprint on which we can base the future work that we are doing. And whatever happens in 2014, it will become an important part of Scotland's future. It will help us build a Scotland and a wider world where everyone can live with human dignity. Thank you.
Now call Jerry Mara. Ms Mara, please speak to and move amendment number 8544.1, and you've got 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I think it's particularly appropriate that we gather in the Chamber today on International Human Rights Day and on a day that's marked by such a momentous occasion as the passing of Nelson Mandela and the events that are taking place in Soweto as we speak. I would like to hope that today gives us some inspiration for action, because the Labour amendment this afternoon proposes action on human rights that is not constrained, Minister, by the current constitutional settlement. Actually, the Labour amendment this afternoon pleads with the Government for action on a very important human rights abuse in our community, that of female genital mutilation. But what we are proposing is completely within the powers of this building, this government and this constitutional settlement, and I hope the Minister will seriously consider our amendment today. And I welcome the action plan for human rights, not least for its honesty about our often limited success in embedding human rights in the policies and laws that we pass in this chamber, because there always must be that balance. From the Cadder judgment and the emergency legislation that followed, to the cuts to legal aid that left Article 6 questions unanswered, or the victim of human trafficking that we find 1 every 4 days in our communities in Scotland. Sometimes we act adequately, but sometimes we fall short of what is expected of us. Presiding Officer, our amendment today asks the Government to take action in one of those areas. There are 3,000 women and girls living in Scotland today who are at risk of or who have undergone some of the most barbaric acts of torture and child abuse imaginable in this country against our current law. Yes.
Sandra White.
Sorry, I thank the member for taking an intervention, and I know her interest in this particular subject. When I was a member of the Equal Opportunities Committee, we also looked at female genital mutilation and went out and visited groups of women in the constituency. Now, I would ask the member, could she give us details of the numbers? You mentioned 3,000 women in Scotland who are either at danger or has went through this horrific, treatment, just horrific. Certainly when we went out with members of your own party also, we didn't find 3,000 women. I'd be interested to see where you got the numbers from.
Jenny Mara.
I got the numbers from your Public Health Minister, Michael Matheson, just a few weeks ago in this chamber. He said there's 3,000 women at risk in Scotland, but those numbers could be higher as a result of the census 2011 just published. These women and girls have had their clitoris cut out from their vaginas. They've had their labia sliced off with a knife or a razor, and they've been sewn up like rag dolls, only to be unsewn again for sex or childbirth. These women and little girls suffer from chronic psychological and physical pain, and they can be left infertile, and on occasion they simply bleed to death. Female genital mutilation is a crime in Scotland. It has been banned since the 1980s, and further measures were put in place when this Parliament passed an Act in 2005, making it illegal in Scots law for a Scottish resident to be taken to a third country to have this done. Yet, despite 3 decades of criminal law against this torture, and so many at risk, not one conviction, not one prosecution, and not even one police report has ever been filed on female genital mutilation in Scotland. Now, last month, persistent work by a dedicated Scottish journalist reported that Scotland is seen as a soft touch for genital mutilation. Agencies are saying that girls are being brought to Scotland from England and Europe because it's a safe place for this torture to be carried out. It will neither be detected nor prosecuted in this country. And it is mutilation and it is torture. And we should challenge the patriarchal myth that this is female circumcision. It is not. Circumcision is a medical procedure with clear health benefits, and there is no such advantages to genital mutilation. Earlier this year, I asked the Public Health Minister how many women and girls were at risk from female genital mutilation in Scotland. He responded by telling me that the number at risk was likely to be significantly higher than 3,000, with new population figures from the 2011 census. I hope that answers Sandra White's question. But we simply do not know how much higher than this it is. The Scottish Government has not tried to scope the extent of this human rights abuse in Scotland, and much less challenge it. Why? Because it involves little girls, their genitals, race and where they come from. It involves challenging a culture where many women who have undergone FGM themselves still believe it is an acceptable practice. But I do not believe, Presiding Officer, as we stand here today on International Human Rights Day and recommit to advancing the rights of every person in Scotland, that our health professionals, our social services, our police and charity workers cannot begin to undermine the practice of FGM while respecting those sensitivities. Legislation is not enough. Do I have time, Presiding Officer?
Thank you. I thank the member for taking an intervention. It seems to me, I think that everybody will agree with the crime that you describe. But equally, just listening to that, I think that there are forced marriages still happening in Scotland. There are all kinds of things. And this motion today is really incorporating all of that rather than singling something out. I mean, it's almost as though, you might have brought your own debate to have such a debate on this one subject, rather than endorse the generalisation of the Minister's motion.
Jenny Mara.
Presiding Officer, can I have a little more time to address that?
I'll tell you when you can stop.
Thank you. We've put down an amendment today because I don't believe there's any specific mention of FGM in the human rights strategy. And with recent press reports and concerns, I believe it is something that needs to be looked at urgently. And so I wanted to draw it to the Minister's attention today, because it's something that we already have the law on, but we could easily put together an action plan that delves into our communities to actually prevent it. I don't think legislation is enough. We have legislation, it's not working. And because the crime goes ahead because it is neither detected nor prosecuted. In the places that risk can be detected, such as pregnancy screenings, are the right questions being asked? I understand that they're not being asked, and the Public Health Minister was unable to give me an assurance that they were when I asked him in this chamber. Presiding Officer, Nicola Sturgeon said this morning that human rights will be better in an independent Scotland. I'm asking the SNP to make human rights more meaningful for the 3,000 women in our communities at risk of FGM today. Law is one thing, but action in our communities is how to prevent this, and that is what we're asking for. I hope other parties will support our amendment, and I move it in my name.
I now call Alex Johnson. Mr Johnson, you can have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. I welcome the publication of Scotland's National Action Plan for Human Rights. There is certainly a strong element of consensus on this across the Chamber, and despite what some might say, across the United Kingdom too. All major political parties are signed up to the importance of human rights. However, there may be disagreement as to the best way to enforce and interpret these rights. There's no secret that the general public's opinion on human rights is not as positive as it could be, or indeed it should be. A YouGov poll published last year found that 72% of the public thought, and I quote, that human rights have become a charter for criminals and the undeserving. A similar poll published the year before found 75% of respondents believed that the Human Rights Act was used too widely to create rights it was never intended to protect. This isn't something that we should simply ignore or brush aside. It's in the interest of all those who champion fundamental human rights to bring the public on side and improve its image. The perception that human rights is a charter for criminals is supported in some respect by the concentration on criminal justice issues which we often see here in this chamber. And whether that's accurate or not, it's one that persists in society and is not doing the concept any good. It's one that we need to address here in Scotland and across the whole United Kingdom. Because the United Kingdom has a proud record and a proud tradition of human rights, ensuring that they're reflected in both our cultural norms and our institutions. We must remember that the European Convention on Human Rights law was written in part by Conservatives from Britain in the 1950s as a response to Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. It included the fundamental principles of a democratic nation at a time when there were very few in existence. However, as we've seen in many recent judgments, the European Court of Human Rights has extended its remit by going into areas which have little to do with real human rights issues. Human rights have become twisted by political correctness, with the catchphrase, "I know my rights," and the ECHR itself has been subject to lengthy delays, as well as prying more and more into matters that should be routine issues for national courts and national parliaments. Yes.
John Finney.
I'm grateful for the member taking intervention. About 15 years ago, Northern Constabulary issued a book to young people, Know Your Rights When Dealing with the Police. Is that not a positive thing for people to know their rights?
Alex Johnson.
It is, of course, a positive thing that that sort of thing happens. But we have to remember that we have to take the public along with us. And if we concentrate merely on telling people what their rights are, without encouraging them to take responsibility for the circumstances in which they find themselves, human rights itself is marginalised. Now, moving on to the document itself. The action plan focuses on outcomes rather than the structures and processes which are already in place to protect human rights. This is a new and interesting approach, and one which is welcome. For too long, discussion on human rights has centred on processes rather than the outcomes. However, we should not misrepresent the action plan. It includes consideration of services and calls for a human rights-based approach for the delivery of those services. This does not mean that everyone has an unlimited right to whatever public service they desire. By way of illustration, the UN Human Rights Convention includes a right to paid holiday. It's hard to believe that the right to a paid holiday is an absolute, inalienable moral right, just as it's difficult to see that the right to respite care is a moral right. This does not mean that these rights and aspirations are not worthy or important, but we must recognise that they exist because of political pressure rather than because of some moral absolute. When we turn to the issue of housing and welfare, and look specifically at housing, all parties agree that there is a need to increase the availability of affordable housing and improve the quality of existing ageing social housing stock. Everyone has a right to be adequately housed, but this does not mean that everyone has the right to any type of housing they might wish. When we live in a world of finite resources, we have to reconcile the rights of a family housed in overcrowded accommodation with the rights of an individual living in social housing which they under-occupy. In this case, a human rights-based approach must surely fall in favour of the family living in temporary or vastly overcrowded circumstances. Equally, a human rights-based approach does not prevent welfare reform. Our welfare system will and must continue to protect those most vulnerable in society and offer a safety net of adequate housing and financial support. As we move towards the introduction of universal credit, there are those landlords in Scotland, both in councils and in housing associations, who are opposed to the concept of housing benefit being paid directly to the claimant or the tenant. However, we have one or two in Scotland who are beginning to realise the importance of ensuring that individuals are given responsibility for their own decision-making and their own financial well-being.
Mr Johnson, could you conclude, please?
I welcome the fact that this is beginning to change. As we come to the end of the closing speeches in this debate, I look forward to an in-depth discussion on the nature of this action plan, and I look forward to summing up at the end.
Many thanks. We turn to the opening speeches. Speeches of 4 minutes, please. Jamie Hepburn, to be followed by Malcolm Chisholm.
Thank you, President Officer. And as this is the 65th anniversary of the signing of the UDHR, I think it's absolutely right that we have this debate, and I think it is, as the Minister set out, opposite to have this debate following the debate on the motion of condolence to Nelson Mandela, who was there's probably no finer embodiment of a person who valued our fundamental human rights than Mandela. That said, human rights are often viewed, in asylum, they're often viewed by many to be somewhat of a legalistic matter. They are often viewed negatively. Alex Johnson made that point. I have to say I'm not sure his own contribution is likely to contribute to improving that particular perception, but we'll maybe leave that to another day. And often people feel they have little relevance to their own lives. That is not the case. They are important to us all. The Minister quoted Eleanor Roosevelt, who was, of course, so fundamental into bringing into being the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I want to expand the quote that she gave a little. The Minister started with, where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Eleanor Roosevelt went on, she said, yet they are the world of the individual person, the neighbourhood he lives in, the school or college he attends, the factory, farm or office where he works. Such are the places where every man, woman and child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity, without discrimination. And in that sense, I think the Scottish National Action Plan on Human Rights is very welcome. We should probably also reflect on the fact that it is the first such action plan developed in the United Kingdom. I think it's very sensible that, given that we are a Parliament that has a responsibility to ensure our legislation is compatible with ECHR, we have to have a plan to set how we might achieve that, and we also have to set out in some detail how we can get across to people that human rights are relevant to them. Now, I've not been able to read the plan in detail. I will obviously do so, but it is clear from its methodology and what is planned that it is about trying to be a participative process, bringing human rights alive to people. And it has been welcomed outside. Amnesty International tell us that they were asked to participate in the development of the plan, and they welcome its publication, and they look forward to working with others to implement the outcomes which they believe have the potential to deliver real and meaningful improvements to the lives of those who live and work in Scotland. I should declare an interest as a member of Amnesty International, also the fact that my wife works for the organisation. In fact, she wrote the briefing, the excellent briefing from which I am quoting. The Scottish Human Rights Commission, who, of course, the chair of which also chaired the team that pulled the plan together, talk about the implementation of the plan being a process of culture change, unlocking the transformative potential of human rights in all areas of our lives. Now, with respect, I suppose we could expect those organisations to welcome this plan, but I thought it was very interesting that we received a number of briefings from other organisations, such as the Alliance, the Health and Social Care Alliance Scotland, who talked about how human rights are important in the area they work in. Inclusion Scotland also talking about how human rights are important for them. Indeed, they talk about how disabled people self-define independent living as the rights to practical assistance and support to participate in society and live an ordinary life. And one I was surprised to get was from Community Land Scotland, who also talk about the relevance of human rights in terms of land ownership. I thought the fact that these organisations that are involved in thinking about how the Scottish National Action Plan can interact with their area of interest demonstrates how the plan is not going to exist in that silo I spoke of earlier. So in that regard, I very much welcome the fact that it's been published today, and I look forward to it being put into practice and better embedding a human rights culture in Scotland. And I do hope it's a subject to which we can return to debate in this chamber in the future, Presiding Officer.
Many thanks. I now call Malcolm Chisholm to be followed by Alison McKinnon.
Presiding Officer, it's particularly appropriate that we debate Scotland's first Human Rights Action Plan on International Human Rights Day, and the day when we remember in particular Nelson Mandela, although I'm sure we will always remember him. He said, and I quote, "As long as women are bound by poverty and as long as they are looked down upon, human rights will lack substance." And Nelson Mandela, in that quote, was addressing the pervasive gender inequality and oppression, which is perhaps one of the two most widespread human rights abuses throughout the world. The other abuse, of course, he was referring to was poverty, and in other contexts he would have emphasised the poverty of men as well as the poverty of women. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary-General of the United Nations, narrowed it down further when he said, and I quote, "Violence against women and girls is perhaps the most pervasive violation of human rights across the globe." And I had, in fact, intended to talk about that in this debate, but a few minutes before the debate I discovered that we were, in fact, belatedly going to have a debate on violence against women next week. So I'll just summarise 2 points on that. Firstly, I think 4 significant points are made in the report today about violence against women. Firstly, additional measures are required on human trafficking. Secondly, legal protection is disparate. We need to look at several issues around that. Thirdly, it says domestic abuse courts should be replicated with appropriate support. That's an important recommendation. And it also reflected concerns about access to legal aid for those seeking remedies for domestic abuse. So that is an important part of the report. The second thing I will say is just very briefly to back up what Jenny Mara said. I think she has been a passionate and empathetic campaigner on this issue, as indeed on other issues, and she was quite right to highlight the omission of that from the report. And it also, I think, emphasises for me a second, more general point about human rights. There is no greater supporter of multiculturalism than I am, when multiculturalism has been under attack by many people in the United Kingdom. But we should remember that human rights always trump multiculturalism, and if female genital mutilation, for example, or some other human rights abuse is accepted in some culture, that doesn't make it right. So we must always remember human rights come first. Now, I mentioned poverty, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 25(1) says everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate to the health and well-being of himself and his family. It should have said himself or herself and his family. Now, interestingly, the ECHR does not include a specific right to a minimum standard of living, which may be, I'm sure is actually a weakness of that convention. But I'm glad that in the action plan there are interesting actions and recommendations in relation to this, a human rights action group involving the STUC and others on standard of living. I think that's a really important development, and there are lots of interesting suggestions there, such as a human rights-based approach to taxation. I look forward to the conclusions on that. 1 minute to go, so I've got to cover a lot. The health and social care. Now, that's come up in the context of the bill. Good to see a human rights-based approach being recommended there, particularly the idea of independent living being a basic human right for disabled people. Interesting reference to health inequalities being seen through the human rights lens. So again, that is a fruitful angle. 30 seconds left. The tricky area is Human Rights Act. Human rights and justice issues. Yes, of course, more emphasis on victims. We'll come back to that on Thursdays. But the accused has rights too. I welcome the fact that CADR had to be implemented. Most difficult, of course, the area that Alec Johnston mentioned, human rights of people in prison. People in prison have certain rights taken away, quite rightly, but they also have certain rights that should be preserved. We need to have more debate and discussion on that, but it is not an argument for abolishing the Human Rights Act. It is important, final sentence, that fundamental human rights are embedded in law, but we must act upon them, and hopefully this action plan will help us to do that.
Thank you. I now call Alison McInnes to be followed by John Finney.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. And I join colleagues in celebrating International Human Rights Day and welcoming the publication of Scotland's National Action Plan on Human Rights. And I would also like to pay tribute to all of those who contributed to this new plan. We know there's a fairly strong legal and institutional framework dedicated to enshrining and protecting our human rights. However, the action plan is significant because it seeks to build upon these foundations by making human rights more relevant and meaningful to people through a series of tangible, evidence-based steps, by bringing it into daily domestic life. It reminds us that human rights define the way in which we are treated, determine our opportunities and the extent to which we are free. And it helps cut through the dangerous perception that human rights are abstract or immaterial, that they are an obstruction to justice, or that they shouldn't necessarily be universal. In identifying those areas where human rights can be better protected and how this can be achieved, the plan poses both challenges and opportunities, and I would like to focus on a number of these in the very brief time that I have. The document challenges the Scottish Government to improve conditions of detention, highlighting problems with overcrowding, access to mental health services and vocational and educational opportunities. It also presses the need to implement the recommendations of the Commission on Women Offenders. These are all issues which I have spoken about in this chamber before and which must be considered a priority. Elsewhere, it presents an opportunity to improve the quality of care for vulnerable and older people so that they are not only treated with the respect and dignity they deserve, but empowered to remain autonomous so far as is possible, and supported to realise their rights through personalised provision. And it challenges us to promote a consistent understanding and respect for human rights in mental health care and treatment. Indeed, the report highlights the need to reconsider existing approaches to restraint, seclusion, involuntary treatment and informal detention. And this, again, is a proposition that I wholeheartedly welcome. And at this point, I want to acknowledge the work of one of my constituents, W. Hunter Watson, who has worked tirelessly to highlight the plight of mental health patients in Scotland. Earlier today, he petitioned Parliament on the need to reform the Mental Health Act to protect patients' human rights. In particular, the need to end the totally objectionable enforcement of electroconvulsive therapy on patients who resist or object to that treatment. The report also notes that we have a responsibility to create a better world through respecting, protecting and fulfilling human rights internationally. It recognises that Scotland's obligations do not stop at its borders and that such considerations must be at the heart of the Government's international framework and its bilateral engagements. Our values cannot be traded away. The action plan is not a wish list. Rather, it should provide stimulus to further embed human rights in the way we do things, from the first legislative proposals to the delivery of services and subsequent monitoring processes. Before concluding, I agree with Jean Urquhart that Jenny's amendment would have been better dealt with in a debate of its own, but I nevertheless support her amendment. Parliament must act as a champion for this action plan, and I hope that it will have an opportunity regularly to consider its progress. I think that will be essential. The Parliament celebrated and reflected upon the life of Nelson Mandela earlier today. It therefore seems entirely apt to finish by recalling that he once said, "To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity."
Thank you very much. And could I just remind members to use full names when they're referring to colleagues? And I call John Finney.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I firstly congratulate the Scottish Human Rights Commission on publication of this National Action Plan. It's significant, I think, that it had Scottish Government support and indeed active participation, and I think it sends a very clear signal. It represents 4 years' hard labour, I think, for the Commission, and it's been very fruitful. The purpose, and I quote here, to focus and coordinate action by public, private, voluntary bodies and individuals to achieve realisation of internationally recognised human rights. And I think very important for me that people understand and can affirm human rights. Now, clear to that understanding will be education, and as I said in my intervention to Mr Johnson, I see no threat in people understanding fully what their human rights are. In fact, longer term, there's problems that will arise if people don't know what they are right. And certainly with this plan, if properly implemented, people should be pushing at an open door with authority to ensure that their rights are being respected. We can't say often enough that these rights are dignity, equality, freedom, autonomy and respect. And indeed, the panel phrase that was used in the report there, participation being a key element, and I think there are opportunities with things like consultative budgets, and people have alluded to the Constitution and the opportunity for people to participate in the compilation of a Constitution where it's a rights-based approach that's been adopted. Accountability, and there's been criticisms of this Parliament not having a Human Rights Committee and not overtly appearing to address human rights issues where in reality we know they are being addressed. Perhaps we need to be a bit more explicit about that. Non-discrimination is another aspect, and I think we all have particular areas. Ms Maris got a genuine interest and concern about that, and who wouldn't have? Others, like myself, have interest in gypsy travellers, Roma, blacklisting, all of which are important aspects that have to be picked up on. Empowerment is very important, and I think we need to be alert to the role that advocacy plays in that, and how often advocacy is the source of a first cut for local authorities in these pressing times. The relevance of this document is regardless of the outcome of the referendum, and I do note that the report says that there was progress achieved since devolution and identifies the next steps, and the Minister rightly points out that what we do here is a strong legal framework. I'd like to pick up on something that perhaps surprisingly my colleague Alec Johnson referred to, and that was the deserving and undeserving as viewed in rights. Mr Johnson referred to one poll. If I can refer to another, a recent TUC poll, and the many misconceptions that are about welfare and benefit spending. And to quote here, on average, people think that 41% of the entire welfare budget goes on benefits to unemployed people, while the true figure is 3%. Now, clearly, that has some resonance in the debate that we are having today. Also, interesting that the UK Government's position would be brought up in this. I would have thought Mr Johnson would be keeping quiet in this, because just like Mr Cameron talks about slaying the health and safety monster. Well, it's a very similar approach that's taken to rights, and I don't think that has any place. So we have an opportunity to address that in the coming months. Health and social care has been touched on, and I think independent living is a clear issue there, as is the ever-present dignity and acknowledgement of the individual that should be key to any care package. The Minister's right to talk about homelessness, and that's a very positive thing on one level, but in practice it has to be delivered. And for instance, a prisoner who's released, who doesn't have a home to go to, who has difficulty accessing medical treatment because GPs won't treat certain individuals with addiction issues, these are challenges that remain. The action plan has a vision, and the vision is of a Scotland where everyone is able to live with human dignity, and I don't think anyone would dissent from that. Thank you very much indeed.
Many thanks. We now turn to the winding up speeches, and I call on Alex Johnson with up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This has been an interesting debate, though short, and it must be pointed out that there are a number of things that we'll not have time to say during the course of it. Nevertheless, as we heard from John Finney a moment ago, there are too many of us who are willing to talk about human rights as a series of absolutes, but fail to understand the complexity that exists where the rights of one individual interact with the rights of another. It's legitimate to ask how we reconcile those absolute rights of, say, a victim with the absolute rights of an assailant. In fact, human rights is something that we need to work very hard on and ensure that we do get some kind of equality and justice as part of that programme. Nevertheless, it must also be addressed that the usual prejudice has come along, suggesting in this debate that somehow the Conservative Party is not supportive of human rights. That, in fact, could not be further from the truth. I'm pleased to be able to say that in the new year the Conservatives will publish a document setting out exactly how they will replace Labour's Human Rights Act. Later in the year, the party will publish a draft bill which will set out the legal detail of exactly how these changes will take effect. It's therefore not correct to say that the Conservatives want to scrap the Human Rights Act. My party is correctly looking at reforming legislation which seeks to focus human rights on those who deserve and require protection. And this debate has gone to some length to deal with those areas where protection is required. Jenny Mara has certainly thrown some elements of the Parliament into confusion with the nature of her amendment today. It is perhaps out of place in the broader context, but nevertheless it is a key subject and one which I believe the Equal Opportunities Committee will look at again in the current work programme. It has to be noted that recent information brought to light by a journalistic inquiry, which Jenny Mara herself mentioned, has made it very clear that there is some risk that the attitudes towards female genital mutilation in Scotland may actually be causing the crime to become more common in Scotland as a result. But, as has been pointed out by others during the course of this debate, it is very much the case that there are a whole list of areas in which a similar priority could be given, whether it's human trafficking, domestic abuse, or, as was made very clear by Alison McInnes in her speech, a whole series of mental health issues. So, as I come to my concluding remarks, it has to be said that I, as a Conservative, and my group in this Parliament, give our full commitment to furthering the aims and objectives of human rights legislation as they are implemented in Scotland. Where we differ, perhaps, from the Government is that we believe that the United Kingdom is a strong and robust political unit which can take forward these advances, and I see no advantage in an independent Scotland taking that forward on their own. It is therefore the case that we will support the publication of this document and support the broad principles that lie behind it, supporting the Government at decision time tonight. And to be honest, I don't know whether we'll be able to vote for Jenny Mara's amendment, but I certainly wish that the Parliament and its committees will be able to take that issue forward, and perhaps we can come to a conclusion and debate this in greater detail at some later time.
Thank you. I now call on Elaine Murray. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I am pleased to close for Scottish Labour in this short but important debate on Scotland's National Action Plan for Human Rights. And may I concur with all the members who have said about the particular appropriateness of this debate following on from the tribute to Nelson Mandela, who did so very much to fight for human rights and indeed later on in his life for the rights of children. And I welcome the opportunity provided by this debate to promote human rights in a positive way because, and Alex Johnson made reference to this, in public perception of human rights, and it has unfortunately been encouraged by some right-wing politicians and sections of the UK media which support them, who have promulgated the view that human rights are all about the rights of bad people. And some have said that our obligations maybe should be abandoned. And I thought actually Theresa May was one of them who was suggesting that perhaps some of our obligations should be abandoned. And indeed, I think it's unfortunate that media attention on human rights this weekend has yet again focused on those of a convicted criminal, this time on a murderer's claims to conjugal rights and a successful application for legal aid, rather than actually reflecting on this day in particular why the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948. And that arose because of the horrendous abuse on the grounds of religion, race, nationality and sexual orientation which had taken place in Nazi Germany, a country not unlike Britain, a Western country like us, where human rights were abandoned, and the recognition that it was necessary to provide globally recognised definitions of the rights to which all human beings are entitled. And the development of this plan is in line with the United Nations recommendation that national action plans should be developed and adopted by each country. These recommendations were made as part of the Vienna Declaration and Programme of Action some 20 years ago, and though it is good that Scotland is the first country in the United Kingdom to have developed a national action plan, we're all a little bit behind the game in taking 20 years to do that. But I do congratulate SHRC for facilitating the process of development of the plan. It was developed through the participation of a range of organisations which identified 3 outcomes: understanding and empowerment of individuals to claim their rights, taking on justice and talking on justice and improving lives, and delivering on our international obligations. I have to say I was disappointed with the Minister's contribution, her opening speech, because she seemed to use her speech to talk about the constitutional arrangements within the United Kingdom. And as John Finney said, that's the relevance of this document is not about whether or not people vote yes next year. And in fact, the tone I felt of the Minister's speech was self-congratulatory, talking about what wonderful legislation we passed in this Parliament. The purpose of the action plan, what was recognised in those who developed SNAP, was that it wasn't all about legislation, because we do pass good legislation in the Scottish Parliament, but it's actually the translation of that legislation into embedding human rights into the provision of public services and the understanding of individuals about their rights, where we don't do so well. So just to talk about what a wonderful job the government is doing, I think was actually not taking the opportunity of this debate to discuss what's actually in the plan. Now, our amendment suggested one practical suggestion regarding how we can today protect the rights of a group of women in Scotland, but Malcolm Chisholm made reference to a whole load of other actions which could be taken, which need to be taken in terms of the rights of women and girls, and some of those will be, I'm sure, discussed next week. The implementation of SNAP is a process of cultural change, making respect for human dignity central to public services and applying a person-centred approach. Now, this approach in service delivery is not new. There are already developments in health and social care services, for example, such as personalisation, which seek to involve clients in the design of the services they receive and to allow them to choose and have control over the delivery of those services. But this is an opportunity to think about what the extension of this principle into other areas of public services might be. As I said earlier, public perception seems to be that human rights is about protecting criminals, but obviously victims also have human rights, and a person-centred approach has implications for our justice system. We will discuss some of that in the context of the Victims and Witnesses Bill next later on this week. But there are probably more. If we actually look at a person-centred human rights approach, probably has greater implications, not just for the court system, but also for the system of policing in Scotland. And some of those will need to be reflected on as we go forward. Alliance Scotland make the point in their briefing to us that a human rights approach has an important implication for the delivery of health and social care. people with disabilities and long-term conditions should be treated as human beings rather than just people who suffer from a condition which requires health and social care interventions. And the outcomes they desire for themselves must be taken into account when designing services. And I think Alison McInnes made an important point about mental health patients and their rights. As Jamie Hepburn made reference to the Community Land Scotland, and I was quite interested in their observation that the human rights-based approach actually has implications from land reform and the community right to buy, not just in protecting the human rights of the landowner, but actually the rights of the communities to have access to land and to create a sustainable future for themselves. And just very briefly, I will touch on human rights for workers. I know my colleague Neil Finlay would have liked to have taken part in the debate to talk about blacklisting. There wasn't actually time, but obviously things like blacklisting are a human rights abuse where workers have been denied employment because of their political views or their trade union activity, or because they have raised health and social health and safety concerns. But overall, we need to take ownership of the progress of SNAP. We need to stand up to those voices which portray human rights as a negative issue, and we need to be proactive in discussing the situation. I think where, what are the rights, for example, of convicted criminals? I think we have to have a mature and sensible debate about that, rather than just reacting to things that the media bring to us. But overall, I welcome the publication of SNAP. It has vital implications for not just about how we legislate, but very crucially about how public services are designed, and very importantly of all, perhaps, the fact that it would require cultural change for this approach to be successful.
Many thanks. Before I call Rosanna Cunningham to respond to the debate, can I just advise Parliament that debates this afternoon are on a follow-on basis, and therefore I would like to remind members who wish to participate in the next debate that they should be in the chamber for opening speeches. I call on Rosanna Cunningham. Minister, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And it's amazing, isn't it, how wide a variety of views can be encompassed in even a short debate such as this. You know, practically all the interventions really have been constructive in looking at this issue, even if they don't all come from exactly the same starting point. I'm actually shortly to meet the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights, Niels Muiznieks, I hope that's the correct pronunciation, who is visiting the Parliament today and may actually be in the public gallery somewhere. I recall meeting him in Strasbourg last year and was struck by his deep commitment to human rights and indeed his positive impression of Scotland's approach in this area. Now, earlier today I spoke of the Scottish Government's strong commitment to human rights. I'm sorry that Jenny Mara found that objectionable in some way, but I spoke about our strong commitment to human rights, what we're doing to make rights a reality for all, and our future aspirations in this field. I would like to conclude today's debate by linking that further to Scotland's first national action plan for human rights. I join others who have spoken today in commending the Scottish Human Rights Commission for its achievement here. The SHRC is Scotland's A-rated national human rights institution. It's statutorily independent of government and Parliament, and the Commission has a key role in promoting and protecting the human rights of everyone in Scotland. Could I just finish this point? But I don't know that everybody here is precisely aware of how widely well regarded the SHRC is across the whole of Europe. It is seen as an extraordinarily important institution and has great regard right across Europe. And I think we need to commend them for their work in getting themselves into that particular position.
Jenny Mara.
I thank the Minister for taking the intervention. Will she commit tonight to voting for a strategy on female genital mutilation?
Minister.
I'm going to come to the Labour amendment later in my speech. This government has enjoyed a productive, constructive relationship with the Commission on a wide range of issues, and their approach has very much been in evidence in the development of the plan. The SHRC team are a small team, but perfectly formed, and their intelligence and commitment is impressive. And it's worth noting that a National Action Plan for Human Rights has not simply been developed because the Scottish Human Rights Commission, or indeed the Scottish Government, thought it was a good idea to do so. 20 years ago at the World Conference on Human Rights in Vienna, the international community adopted a declaration on human rights which reaffirmed many core principles. One of the recommendations was for each state to consider the desirability of drawing up a national action plan, identifying steps whereby that state would improve the promotion and protection of human rights. And since then, a number of states have done so. Sweden, Finland and New Zealand are three fine examples. And I'm delighted that Scotland is following suit and very much hope that our approach will act as a model of best practice for others to follow. Scotland is joining a group of progressive nations across the world in seeking to not assume but assure human rights. In building a coalition of partners who share their vision of a Scotland where everyone lives with fundamental human dignity, the Scottish Human Rights Commission have been successful in facilitating a genuine co-production effort. I would emphasise that although the plan is very much their creation, and they should take the credit for that, they have been open and inclusive in involving a range of partners from all quarters in shaping the plan. So it's far from a traditional action plan, but much more a programme of action constructed around a shared vision, with a set of outcomes closely aligned to that vision. And the sharing of that goes beyond just government and goes right across society. It has been explicitly linked to the Scottish Government's national outcomes, a framework that has attracted international attention and praise. It aspires to create an environment where people better understand rights and organisations are able to apply them, which is linked to the Scottish Government's own ambition to ensure that our public services are high quality and responsive to need. Improving lives through tackling injustice and exclusion in our society accords strongly with the priority the Scottish Government has placed on tackling the significant inequalities in Scotland. And there are significant inequalities in Scotland. And the more Scotland gives effect to our international obligations, the more we can take pride in a strong, fair and inclusive national identity. And if I could turn now briefly to the Labour amendment. As a form of violence against women, work to tackle female genital mutilation will be included in Scotland's national strategy to tackle violence against women, which is being developed in collaboration with public and voluntary sector partners. And this strategy will be the first of its kind in Scotland and will be published in summer 2014 following a consultation in the new year. I would expect that all members in this chamber may wish to contribute to that consultation and take part in the discussions around that. But I would have wished that the Labour Party had allowed today's general motion to simply proceed on the basis of the congratulation of the Scottish Human Rights Commission and Scotland's first National Action Plan. And for those reasons, I can't find any reason to support the amendment on this particular day.
Malcolm Chisholm.
Very sorry to hear what the Minister says. Does she understand that Jenny Mara's addendum accepts all the wording of her motion, but she brought it forward because this serious crime was not included in the action plan because there have been no prosecutions and because there is a perception that it is easier to commit this horrendous crime in Scotland than elsewhere in the United Kingdom. And since she says there is going to be a strategy in effect, I can see no reasonable or legitimate reason why she shouldn't support the amendment. Minister?
I normally find myself broadly in agreement with Malcolm Chisholm, but we could have had an entire catalogue of amendments around individual subjects today. And I'm simply saying that I think the motion should pass in its entirety as it is presented to the Parliament. Jamie Hepburn made a very good point, perhaps a counterpoint to Alec Johnson's speech, when he reminded us that many people still don't see human rights as actually applying to them at all. And the debate can sound very high-flown and is often wrapped up in legalese. One of the important outcomes of the National Action Plan will be to relate those ideas to the real existences of ordinary people where they live. Malcolm Chisholm, interesting as always, even if I don't agree with him always, flagged up some issues he thought were missing from ECHR, and that was an interesting perspective which I'd not actually considered before. I think he talked about issues around standard of living, and perhaps it does highlight how perceptions change over the years, even in this area that we think of as somehow inalienable. Alison McInnes highlighted the human rights issues that surround mental health decisions and outcomes, and that's a significant area of current concern as well. And I think she was right to flag up that human rights issues apply there as in everywhere else. And John Finney, as befits the convener of the cross-party group, outlined the huge number of very specific areas to which human rights could apply. And certainly individuals and communities understanding their rights and duty bearers understanding how to apply them, all set in the context of an international human rights framework, is critical to creating empowered communities. I'm conscious that I'm running out of time, Presiding Officer, so I will move very quickly towards the end. My colleague Stuart Stevenson raised the issue of Mary Robinson. She was quoted as saying, "Every human has rights." What does it mean? It means simply that rights belong to people, not governments, that the Universal Declaration on Human Rights gave a birthright to every child born in the world. And I think that usefully encapsulates the challenge before us all. Not just for Christmas, not just for governments, but for everybody, everywhere. And I invite members to support the motion.
Many thanks. That concludes the debate on human rights, and it's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is a debate on motion number 8540 in the name of Richard Lockhead on end-year fish negotiations. And I call on Richard Lockhead, once he's ready, to speak to and move the motion. And Cabinet Secretary, you will have 10 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We again meet after what is again another eventful year for our fishing industry, our important fishing industry in Scotland. We started out this year breathing a sigh of relief after last December's negotiations, having avoided a further cut in days at sea, allowed to our vessels, and having protected our vital North Sea cod quota. That soon gave way to increasing anxiety over the persistent and worrying scarcity of prawns appearing in our waters, which lasted throughout the first half of the year. We did, however, act to bring the fleet through these tough times with a jointly agreed action plan worth £6 million launched in the middle of the year. That included a £3 million hardship fund to help vessels which had exceptional economic distress to get through an acutely bad patch which was endured as a result of the dramatic fall in prawn catches, which we will all recall were in the headlines. However, it's also the case that our fishermen are amongst the most resilient in the world, and I'm glad to say that more recently prawn catches have bounced back and catches of whitefish have held up very well. Indeed, the industry's dynamism was on display only last week when we saw over 28,000 boxes of fish landed in Peterhead alone in a single week, one of the very highest recorded in the last decade. And indeed in Shetland, with the year not yet ended, of course, they have set a new annual record for the number of boxes of fish sold, heading towards 275,000 boxes for the year, and eclipsing the previous high, which was set back in 2008 of over 260,000 boxes. So that does show, Presiding Officer, how our fishermen continue to brave the elements to bring Scotland's superb seafood ashore and help feed not only Scots, but populations right across the whole of the world. Now, Scottish seafood can't, of course, always compete on volume, but with its strong emphasis on provenance and sustainability, it produces the utmost quality that overseas markets crave. And that's why we are striving to expand opportunities overseas, driving up the value of Scottish produce and maximising the income for all those involved, from net to plate. But, of course, we're also supporting the industry closer to home. And today, Presiding Officer, I'm delighted to announce the latest package of awards under the European Fisheries Fund. This is the 11th round of awards under the EFF Fund, supporting some 45 new projects with over £3 million worth of support, enabling investment of over £11 million. Indeed, since the launch of the EFF back in 2008, it has now delivered an impressive £76 million of awards and £170 million of investment as a result throughout Scotland. So we will make the most of that fund, but it has to be said, currently under the existing EFF, Scotland receives only £46 million, which equates to only 40% of the funding available to the UK. And of course, that doesn't reflect the size of the fishing industry in this country and pales into insignificance compared to the funding given to other countries like Lithuania or even Denmark, who receive funding in excess of £100 million. But this industry does deserve our support as a Parliament and as a government. And I stand here at the end of another topsy-turvy year, at times distressing and challenging, at times buoyant, and I am struck by the constant uncertainty, by the unpredictable ups and downs of what is a great industry. I am also struck by its steady resilience and its unerring spirit in the face of these challenges, and unflinching support for our fishermen is forefront in my mind as we approach the vital first round of negotiations in Brussels next week.
Tavish Scott.
Grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. Is he able this afternoon to update the Parliament on where on the current status of the EU-Norway talks?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I will come to that if the member will just hold on to this. Of course, a very important point in terms of the shared stocks between the EU and Norway. But I said the first rounds, just as I was speaking before the intervention, because, as Tavish Scott alludes to, we will only decide at next week's talks the quotas for those that are wholly within the EU's waters. Because, to answer Tavish Scott's point, the negotiations on the North Sea stocks shared between the EU and Norway, such as cod, haddock, whiting and saithe, have been postponed to a second round of talks early next year. That's not the first time that's happened, but of course it is a situation again this coming year. So it is all still there to play for. Across many of these stocks, the situation this year, as often before, will again be challenging. Unlike last year, the scientific advice for a number of stocks is for reductions in some of the quotas. This is not a reflection of the conservation efforts of our fishermen, but rather a lack of juvenile fish coming through the system. It's simply the way of things, of course, that we're always dealing with when we're dealing with a biological resource. But I am determined, within those circumstances, to negotiate the best possible deal for Scotland's fishermen and our communities, both this month and, of course, to meet many of the challenges that are coming down the line on the policy landscape in the months and years ahead. And indeed, on that note, just a few hours ago, the final part of the CFP reform process was completed when the European Parliament took its final vote, and now the new CFP will become law on the 1st of January 2014. Beginning with the discard ban on pelagic fisheries in 2016, then moving to a total ban of all species by 2019, I'm sure the whole Chamber is aware, as indeed the industry and the rest of the sectors involved are very much aware, that this will transform fishing practices in our waters. At last, an end is in sight to the wasteful practice of throwing dead fish back into the sea. And any decision-making can be brought closer to home as we move away from the CFP's dreadful top-down approach of that one-size-fits-all approach that we're so used to and has been so damaging. Decisions and plans will hopefully now be taken forward on a more regional basis, delivering more sensible and practicable proposals for our industry. As usual, we will have our work cut out for us, fighting to protect Scotland's position this December. As ever, we will be guided by three fundamental principles. Firstly, our approach will be guided by science and stock sustainability. Secondly, we will protect the social economic well-being of our industry and the communities who depend upon it. And thirdly, we will act in line with our commitment to achieving discard-free fisheries. And underpinning all of these principles is our conviction that conservation and stability of our stocks will deliver long-term economic health for the whole of the industry, offshore and onshore. And that really is our key message. So, Presiding Officer, to achieve all of this, I have set some key objectives for our negotiations. Firstly, we need to minimise the burdens of the deeply flawed cod recovery plan. And again, this year I will be demanding a freeze in the days at sea allocated to Scotland. No more automatic cuts should be allowed or permitted, and I ask the European Commission to make sure that's the case. Otherwise, our fleet will simply not have enough time at sea required to catch their quotas. Another aim is a cod quota that reflects reality. In the North Sea, for example, cod mortality is at its lowest level since the beginning of the assessments back in 1963. It's a stock which our fishers are seeing in ever greater numbers, and that indeed is a finding backed up by our scientists as well. If we slavishly followed the long-term management plan that's there at the moment for North Sea cod, which was set in stone a few years ago, we would have to agree a 9% reduction in the North Sea cod catch. That seems completely perverse, given the increasing abundance of the stock year on year, and the certainty that a quota reduction will simply increase discards, the exact opposite of one of our key objectives, and is supposed to be the exact opposite of the European Commission's key objectives as well. And the science shows a modest increase in the allowable catch for North Sea cod will allow the stock to continue to grow in abundance and to deliver a sustainable fishery for the long term. So that's why I have pressed for the UK to make a moderate increase in the North Sea cod quota a top priority at next week's negotiations. Another key priority will be securing increased flexibility in where the fleet can catch its valuable monkfish quota. This will be a vital element in allowing our vessels to fish more efficiently and sustainably at the same time. We currently only have 5% flexibility, and in my view we should have at least 20% to make a genuine difference to how that fishery is conducted. And I will work to ensure the UK vigorously sticks to this position throughout the coming talks, because it's very important for a number of our fishermen. In other areas, we will need to begin the transition towards the discard ban, of course, and if we're to run trials in which vessels can start to land all they catch, which is the fundamental point about the discard ban, we need the Commission to provide them with the additional quota that covers the quantities of fish they are currently forced to discard. The Commission really must give us the tools to get on with the job of putting in place a sensible and practicable discard ban in our waters. Turning to the West Coast, I am clear that in the talks next week we will want to maximise our valuable hake opportunities, as well as securing the flexibility for catching monkfish that I just mentioned a few moments ago. And we will, of course, also safeguard and welcome the recent advice for increases in the Rockall haddock fishery, which is again very important to the West Coast. In addition, we have also worked hard over the last year to put in place rigorous cod avoidance measures on the West Coast to conserve that stock and get it on the road to recovery. Having done this, I will now be pressing the Commission to ensure our fishermen have the means and the flexibility to make the transition to a discard ban, identifying where the issues lie and what the solutions ought to be. They clearly need additional quota to allow that to happen. And if Brussels refused this, they would quite simply be planning for failure of the discard ban, and we can't allow that to happen. Again, that's why I fought hard in negotiations earlier this year for regionalisation to be at the heart of the reformed common fisheries policy. We can't have an effective discard ban without decisions being taken closer to home and the principle of regionalisation adhered to. But I am pleased to say that this process is already coming to life, with regional groups for the North Sea and for our Western waters swiftly established and beginning to take shape in the form of regional plans for delivering on the discard bans. And having pushed for decentralisation from Brussels, I am absolutely determined that the Commission provides the regions with the tools required to make discards a thing of the past. So as I draw to a close, Presiding Officer, we always seem to face stiff challenges and difficult decisions at the end of the year fisheries negotiations. But what is never out of our minds is what this is really all about and what it means in the real world of our fishermen and the women working in the industry, and what they can fish and how much and where they can catch it, even how much time they have at sea to catch the fish in the first place, and indeed given all the consequences for the onshore sector at the same time. I will certainly ensure Scotland's priorities are uppermost in the minds of the UK ministers, and we will do our utmost to fight for Scotland's interests right across the board. Our aim throughout will be to build and maintain a strong platform for our industry, both offshore and onshore, a platform which will do justice to the resilience and ingenuity shown by our fishermen and which will allow them to continue to thrive in 2014, putting premium Scottish seafood on dining tables throughout Scotland and across the globe. I commend the motion to Parliament.
Many thanks. Could I remind members who wish to speak in the debate to press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Claire Baker to speak to and move Amendment 8540.3. 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome today's debate in advance of the end-of-year fishing negotiations. It gives us the opportunity to speak in the interest of Scottish fishing and demonstrate the lead that Scotland takes in delivering a sustainable fisheries. Of course, there is much more progress to be made, but the level of cooperation between the fishing sector and environmental organisations such as RSPB and WWF is encouraging. Scotland's fishing sector employs in the region of 5,000 people in the catching sector, and it is an industry which supports key employment in supporting sectors. The fish processing sector can be vulnerable, and while our produce is sent all around the world, we could do more to support our sector at home and increase seafood consumption. Although in Ireland, we are not big consumers of our produce, and we could see greater promotion of seafood. This year I supported Sainsbury's Switch the Fish campaign, promoting more sustainable consumer choices, and it is encouraging to see the support given to seafood in our supermarkets. There is more that can be done, however, and I'd like to see a greater emphasis given to seafood in school menus, for example. The health benefits of fish are clear, and more could be done to promote it as an affordable, sustainable part of the Scottish diet. Our coastline and seas produce world-class products, and we have a responsibility to ensure there is a legacy for future generations. With a significant base in Scotland, it is an industry which operates throughout the UK with a common regulatory system and a UK network of harbours and fish processors. It is also an industry where onshore operations and exports are dependent on Europe. It is a shared resource, and the end-of-year negotiations are key to achieving sustainable management. The lack of a resolution to the ongoing difficulty with North East Atlantic mackerel, caused by the unacceptable behaviour of Iceland and Faroes, will again delay decision-making in key North Sea stocks. This situation is becoming increasingly intractable, with sanctions increasingly becoming the only option, not a situation anyone really wants. It is not helpful to our fleets to have this delay and uncertainty, and it is bitterly disappointing that another year has passed without a resolution to this situation. We need the earliest possible completion of fishing opportunity for 2014, not just to provide some certainty to the fleets, but to the onshore sector who are dependent on their business. Looking forward to the setting of the North Sea cod quotas in the new year, it is important that the Scottish Government and UK Government put forward a strong case to roll over the quota and not implement the 9% planned cod recovery plan cut. Cod is one of our most valuable fisheries, valued in excess of £20 million. The cod recovery was a response to concerning levels of the stock, but there is need for reform, and last September the European Commission brought forward proposals for a new plan, but there has since seemed to have been a lack of action. The cod recovery plan is inflexible and perversely is at risk of hindering conservation measures. A 9% cut, which is proposed by the cod recovery plan, but the scientific advice indicates positive stock recovery and points towards the sustainability of a rollover with the potential for a revised quota. We can be proud that the Scottish sector has been at the forefront of developing sustainable fishery measures. In a mixed fisheries sector, this is challenging, but we have seen the successful development of conservation credits and the cod catch quota scheme focusing on reducing discards. In responding to the demands of a mixed fisheries, we need to have flexibility in the discards plan. The upcoming proposals for discussion on effort control, or days at sea, is equally important. The wrong decision here can have the effect of increasing discards, the area we're all united in trying to address. As the WWF and RSPB briefing states, although scientific advice indicates a rollover plus up to a 10% increase, there are risks attached to any increase. Any arguments for an increase in quota must see a strong commitment and evidence from the industry that discard avoidance is increasingly achieved and that removals and discards will not increase. Good progress has been made on cod recovery, and this can't be put at risk. Going into the December negotiations, the focus will be on the West Coast fisheries, nephrops and monkfish. Some of the headline figures for agreement do present challenges for the Scottish sector, although there is a proposed increase in Northern hake by 49% and 20% for the West Coast. There are a proposed 5% cut for West Coast haddock, 20% for West Coast whiting and 25% for West Coast and North Sea monkfish are all on the table. In addition, a 10.5% cut in North Sea nephrops or langoustines is proposed alongside a reduction of 8.5% in the West Coast fishery. These are challenging proposals which are driven by the move towards achieving maximum sustainable yield and the forthcoming discards ban. This was always going to be difficult to achieve within a mixed fisheries, and although the upcoming negotiations do not address the implementation of a discards ban, it is starting to have an impact on quota setting. These are very challenging conditions in the West Coast, and as the WWF RSPB briefing sets out, a greater emphasis must be placed on the need to build a vision for the West Coast fleets which move towards sustainable, high-quality catches of a mix of species. Cod needs a chance to recover, yet it is still being caught and discarded. We need to, as much as possible, eliminate cod capture in smaller mesh fisheries and make sure to select it out in larger mesh fisheries. These measures will play their part in helping deliver a better, more secure future for fishing communities who are relying on this sector. The discards ban will require effort and planning. The public outcry over discarding at sea was understandable, but we must ensure this doesn't lead to an increase in onshore discarding. Minimising bycatch is essential, and Scotland has been at the front of new technology, but we need to see investment into science and manufacturing. There's a lot of good work going on in our universities and colleges, but we need to ensure that there are strong commercial opportunities and that knowledge transfer takes place. Regional decision-making, as the Cabinet Secretary said, will be key to the success or otherwise of a discards ban. We do need a common sense and flexible approach with a deliverable timescale that responds to the demands of a mixed fisheries. Scottish Fishermen's Federation put forward a pragmatic argument that this must lead to an increased quota, but any move in that direction must be balanced with the priority of maximum selectivity and discards minimisation. That is a detail that needs to be ironed out. As these year's negotiations take place, we will be moving into the implementation phase of the reformed Common Fisheries Policy. Although the headline principles have been established, there is much to be determined over how these will actually be achieved. The Scottish Fishermen's Federation today raised concerns over the final decisions on regionalisation, maximum sustainable yield, and I would seek assurances from the Cabinet Secretary that we will have meaningful regionalisation and that this can be properly tested. Labour's amendment recognises the importance of regionalisation and the importance of reducing discards, and these issues provide the backdrop to decisions being taken at the December Council of Ministers. I move the amendment in my name.
Many thanks. And I now call on Alex Johnson to speak to and move Amendment 8540.2. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I begin, lest I forget before the end, by moving the amendment in my name. The fact is that I used to enjoy the annual opportunity to participate in this debate, which had the traditional role of sending the Minister off to the European fisheries negotiation with the full weight of parliamentary support behind him. I hope we can continue to do that in the way this debate is conducted today. But there have been a number of issues that I recognise from earlier participation in these debates. First of all, the Minister's strong belief in regional management is something which we've been talking about for a very long time. He, I'm sure, remembers quite well, I certainly do, attending Brussels as the convener of this Parliament's Rural Affairs Committee at the time, when I was there for the publication of the European Green Paper more than a dozen years ago, which originally proposed regional management committees. Of course, what we got in the end was regional advisory committees. So, quite often the opportunity for regional management is held up as a tempting and tantalising promise for the future, and one which I hope on this occasion he manages to succeed in achieving. However, as we look forward to this round of negotiations, there are a whole series of issues which must be addressed, and the Minister has gone through them in significant detail. But where we need to achieve the most profound objective is ensuring that we do move towards a discard ban. The plans are in place and they must be achieved. It must be said that our fishermen should be commended for the work they have done over many years in ensuring a reduction in wasted effort, a reduction where they took more than their fair share, a reduction in the number of discards through technology that was applied to ensuring that smaller fish were not caught at all, and that through that sustainability we have seen significant improvements in the level of stocks within the North Sea. I'm particularly taken by the fact that cod numbers are on the rise once again, because in the time this Parliament has existed, there has been considerable effort to ensure cod recovery took place. While this negotiation goes forward, it is important to note that there have been a number of delays, and the fact that the talks with Norway will take place now continue into the new year is not a unique situation, but one that will delay the delivery of proper outcomes in this case. And it's in that that I would particularly like to ask a couple of questions which have been put to me to put to the Minister today. And they relate, as we heard extensively from Claire Baker, to the problems facing the pelagic fishery and the problems of particularly the mackerel stock in the North Atlantic. I'd like to take the opportunity to ask the Minister to confirm, when he speaks later in the debate, that he will give an assurance that any future deal on the mackerel dispute will, first of all, involve Norway, because without Norway's involvement, we haven't got a deal, in my view, and secondly, that it will not result in Iceland gaining access in any way to EU waters. It is important that if we are to continue as part of a common fisheries policy, that we have control over these resources locally wherever possible. And any extension of access to EU waters, particularly our waters, would in fact have the opposite effect. There are a number of issues which are crucial to the success of these negotiations, but many of them simply are the process of progressing from where we were the year before. Last year, as the Minister said, was a good year. It was a year when we saw limited reductions in quota and we saw the stability for our fishermen. However, as we saw with the scare they had over falling nepthrop numbers, these things can change from one season to the next. And it's important that we get continuity, that we get confidence, and we get a future for our fishing industry which will deliver continuity and sustainability in the long term. For that reason, as I said at the opening, I believe that the Minister has set out the appropriate way forward in European negotiations, and I hope that he, along with his UK counterparts, will be able to go to Brussels and ensure that Scotland's two governments, working hand in hand, deliver for Scotland's fishing communities.
Many thanks. And I now call on Tavish Scott to speak to and move Amendment 8540.1. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, the EU fisheries talks next week may not agree much. The continuing failure of international discussions involving the EU, Norway, Faroe and Iceland will mean that all the stocks caught and fished in EU waters will not be agreed till January if the industry is lucky, and the Cabinet Secretary was good enough to illustrate that point earlier. And I and the industry are very concerned that the fishing industry will have no fish to catch well into 2014 because it simply suits some countries to have no agreement. That is where we are this year, and that is, in my view, very different from previous years. Iceland and Faroe have no interest in being helpful to our fishermen. The EU sanctions in place over their illegal fishing of pelagic stocks are hurting. So those countries can block agreement on the mainstays of the Scottish fleet, cod, haddock and whiting, and that is the current position. Norway, who make Machiavelli look a rank amateur when it comes to negotiations, are resisting EU attempts to give Faroe and Iceland a larger slice of mackerel quota, and quite right too. They may do that, however, on the basis of extracting a better deal for themselves on other fish stocks. But the Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure, is very clear. No agreement between EU, Norway, Faroe and Iceland will lead to immense pressure for a deal on mackerel. The EU will argue, will it not, that agreement must happen to allow the Scottish whitefish and indeed other fishing fleets to sea in EU waters. The price of that deal is greater Faroese and Icelandic access to mackerel. That is what the local industry, and certainly what I fear, will happen in 2014. Faroe and Iceland will be rewarded for illegal fishing. I hope the Cabinet Secretary will confirm that that would be utterly irresponsible and unacceptable, and in my view he should resist that Hobson's choice. It would be very wrong if our whitefish industry, our whitefish fleet, could only catch fish in 2014 at the expense of cuts in mackerel quota for the Scottish industry. These two are linked like they have never been linked before. Presiding Officer, the most important win the Cabinet Secretary can achieve next week in Brussels is, as he said, on effort, the time our fleet can spend at sea. The cod recovery plan is a shambles. 2 years ago, the industry was promised by both the Commission and indeed by the Government that there would be changes to the cod recovery plan. But as fishermen said to me in Lerwick yesterday, nothing has changed about it. The Scottish Fishermen's Federation advised the Commission's proposals on cutting the time our boats will have at sea in 2014 are unacceptable. The Commission hide, as the Cabinet Secretary rightly says, behind EU law. But that is the law that they and the Government told the industry 2 years ago would be changed, but it hasn't been changed. So will the Cabinet Secretary assure the industry that coming home from the December Fisheries Council with anything worse than an effort freeze is simply not an option? Fishermen have complied with draconian EU rules, some of which, of course, are designed here in Edinburgh. Our vessels are allowed to fish for only 90 days in a year. More days are possible by jumping through further bureaucratic hoops. But we don't ask any other business in Scotland to restrict its opening trading door to just 90 days out of 360. So, despite sacrifice layered upon sacrifice, there appears no let-up to fishermen from the draconian measures placed upon vessels. But if the cod recovery plan is bad, and it is, fishermen also fear the imposition of a discard ban, not because they don't believe that stopping the dumping of marketable fish is the right thing to do, but rather because the importance is getting that plan to work in reality. No one, and I mean no one, has explained yet to the industry how a discard ban will work in practice. It's right to stop that dumping. Every fisherman would wish to do that. The processing industry would wish to stop that happening as well. But many Scottish whitefish boats, and certainly the Shetland fleet, depend on a mixed fishery. They catch and have quota for different species. You can't just catch one quota and one species in a net and then haul for a second species. That's not the way a demersal fisheries works. So the devil will truly be in the detail. The industry wants an assurance from government that they accept that this policy must be sensible and possible. Otherwise, far from reducing discards, they will actually increase. I know the Cabinet Secretary is all too well aware of that, but he does need to commit not just to the rhetoric of a discard ban, which we're all very good at, but actually that one that works in practice. There has rarely been a more fraught year than this in terms of the EU Fisheries Council, not because the prognosis on quotas is bad, but because the link between what happens in international talks on pelagic and what happens to our whitefish industry is there like we have never seen before. If there is any sellout by the EU on those who are to be rewarded for illegal fishing, there will be an outcry, not just, I suspect, in Scotland, but right across the EU. Of that, there can be no doubt. I certainly support the Cabinet Secretary's motion today. He goes certainly with my support for the talks next week. But the EU, Norway and Faroes and Iceland talks, I suspect, are going to be far more important in the longer term than what happens in Brussels in a week's time.
Many thanks. We now turn to the open debate. Speeches of 4 minutes, please. Angus MacDonald, to be followed by Lewis MacDonald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. One thing that can definitely be said and agreed by all interested parties is that there's a general consensus that cod stocks are recovering in the North Sea. Now, that's good news all round, although it has to be noted that WWF Scotland and RSPB Scotland warn that any departure from the cod recovery plan in Scotland must include evidence that the counter-proposal is in line with scientific advice and will deliver better, or at the very least no worse, outcomes for the stocks in question. However, we also have the recent report from the International Council for the Exploration of the Seas, which states that quota cuts imposed to save cod from extinction could actually be harming the North Sea, because the species is now so strong it's eating too many other fish. The ICES report talks about the abundance of cod in the North Sea, and because cod is top of the food chain, its increasing numbers are having an impact on haddock, herring and whiting numbers, according to scientists. So a moderate increase in the total allowable catch for cod would indeed be welcome. In addition, what should be of concern to the RSPB is also the scientific evidence that sand eels, the staple diet of many of Scotland's seabirds, are also being eaten in alarming numbers, although thankfully we no longer see the Danes coming in and hoovering up sand eels on the Wee Bankie and other areas in the North Sea, as they have done in decades in the past. So it's clear that as our knowledge of marine ecosystems increases, it's becoming more apparent than ever that species interactions are complex, and if a predatory fish stock such as cod increases its numbers, then there's a knock-on effect on the populations of the prey, which includes other fish and shellfish. So while scientific evidence shows the picture is looking promising in the North Sea, the picture is not so great in the west of Scotland, where cod biomass remains low, yet cod continues to be caught and discarded. Both the RSPB and WWF Scotland are calling for greater efforts to avoid cod in the west of Scotland, which they say is vital. They also call on us to place a much greater emphasis on the need to build a vision for the West Coast fleets in which boats can move towards sustainable, high-quality catches of a mix of species, which they say will result in a more secure future for fishing communities, as Claire Baker has already alluded to this afternoon. The West of Scotland cod stock is not recovering and is estimated at just over 3,500 tonnes, with the target being 22,000 tonnes. So it's worth stressing, though, that Scottish fishermen have made substantial changes to help cod recover, with the conservation credits approach incentivising change by giving more time at sea to vessels undertaking conservation measures. In addition, the amount of cod discarded by Scottish whitefish trawlers has declined by 2/3 since 2008. There is, however, good progress in the Western Isles, thanks to Marine Scotland and the Scottish Government listening to local fishermen. For the first time in a number of years, squid has been caught off the Western Isles and available for islanders to buy. The first squid were caught in the first week of November, landed at Stornoway Harbour at 8 p.m. on a Wednesday night, and were being sold locally the next day and served in Parisian restaurants the following evening. The squid is mainly a winter fishing in the North Minch, and now the boats can target it with a proper squid net, and it doesn't affect their days at sea. So that's very welcome news as far as the fishermen of the Western Isles are concerned. Until now, fishermen were prohibited from catching squid west of Scrabstar under the West of Scotland cod recovery measures, but now the restrictions have been relaxed, which gives a much-needed boost to the local fishing industry. I'm pleased to report that by using the specialised squid nets, the fishermen are landing clean catches and there are no or very little bycatches. There's a great deal of potential to develop squid fishing in the Western Isles, and it's just one example. And while it clearly still is at a very early stage, it could become very important to our fleet, and there are further examples of the range and quality of Scottish seafood. I had hoped to have time to go on to the issue of excessive spurdog or dogfish off the coast of the Western Isles and the resultant bycatch, ending discards and the benefits of regionalisation. However, as always, time's got the better of me. So in closing, I wish the Scottish Government and officials well with their end-of-year negotiations next week, and look forward to the outcome of the second round of EU talks with Norway in January.
Many thanks. I call Lewis MacDonald to be followed by Stuart Stevenson.
Thank you very much. There are wide areas of agreement on many aspects of these negotiations, and it is right that the movers of the motion and amendments have highlighted these. Everyone now recognises that catching too many fish would be the surest way to deny fishing communities a future. But simply to follow a prescriptive regulatory regime without paying proper heed to the science can be equally damaging, and that danger has rightly been highlighted today in relation to the cod recovery plan. So it's important that both the Scottish and British governments approach these negotiations with the objectives of maintaining current effort levels and current good practice to manage fish mortality, and that ministers seek to build a consensus for that approach among both industry and environmental interests. And while the Cabinet Secretary told us what position he had proposed to UK ministers on quotas, it would be useful to know how far the various negotiating positions he outlined are indeed common to both governments. Today's debate, of course, is about the latest in a long line of annual fisheries negotiations, but it is also important in the context of the ongoing reform of the Common Fisheries Policy. The reformed CFP, which is due to start on the 1st of January, will be the third European fisheries policy to be considered in this Parliament since 1999, as indeed Alex Johnson reminded us, and the fifth in the last 40 years. We on this side have long supported objectives such as regional control of fisheries and achieving long-term sustainability. Other parties share those aims too, and they are core objectives of the new CFP, as is an effective ban on discards at sea. The difficulty is how to turn those laudable aspirations into practical change in the real world. When I spoke in the CFP debate last year, I drew an analogy between the way the European Commission manages its fisheries policy and proposals which it actively promoted for a time in relation to the offshore energy industry. In that case, they wanted to replace a focus on outcomes and culture with prescriptive regulation, which would have increased the bureaucratic burden of box ticking, but would have reduced the active engagement of all parties with a culture of safe working in a hazardous environment. The problem with fisheries policy reform can be parallel to that, in that the regulatory mechanisms can become more important than the outcomes they are supposed to deliver. So while there is a broad consensus in favour of the regional management of fisheries within the European Union, responsibility for marine biological conservation remains with the Commission in Brussels. What is devolved to regions such as the North Sea or the North East Atlantic is the delivery of policy, but the contents of that policy continues to be driven for the centre. And that reservation of responsibility cannot be changed without amendment to the European treaties. So the question, I think, for the Scottish Government is how its impact can be managed. Likewise, everyone wants to see an end to discards at sea. But as Bertie Armstrong of the Scottish Fishermen's Federation drew the analogy this morning, you could have a legal ban on traffic accidents in Europe. Everyone would applaud it in principle, but there can be unintended consequences if you simply seek to enforce that in a literal way. So it would be useful at this stage to know the government's view of how best to move towards a position of being able to comply with a ban on discards by 2019. The Scottish catching sector needs to be ready for implementation, but it cannot act in a policy vacuum. This issue will not be settled this month, but it is bound to dominate debate in the months and years ahead. And so I believe it's important to go beyond the detail of catches and effort over the next 12 months, important though those are, and for ministers to give a clear view of how the new common fisheries policy can be made to work in the interests of a sustainable and productive Scottish fisheries sector in the medium to longer term as well. Thank you.
Many thanks. I call Stuart Stevenson to be followed by Christian Allard.
Presiding Officer, PG Woodhouse used to have Bertie Wooster insist that Jeeves go and had some fish when a particularly naughty problem had to be dealt with. So I naturally had fish for my dinner today in the canteen in preparation for this. This is, of course, the most exciting time of the year for me, not because, of course, of the fisheries debate, but because in a few short weeks we will have that most beautiful product of the sea, cod roe, appearing. My wife doesn't like it, she prefers herring roe, but we share the belief that there is nothing really beats scallop roe, which of course is so often taken off the scallop. But we share a belief that what comes out the sea is good for you, and people have known that for years without the benefit of scientists. So obvious are the benefits. Now, our Scottish fishermen are, of course, the arch conservationists, and the reason why that's the case is because they depend on a natural resource. They know that how they treat that natural resource will determine their future success. They're competitive, they're innovative in everything that they do. And central control via the CFP sits uneasily with the entrepreneurial spirit and the detailed generations of experience that our fishermen have. Our fishermen in particular are gifted with very significant problems. A mixed fishery creates significant difficulties when we're seeking to protect one species but only catch another one, because one fisherman's bycatch is another fisherman's target species. So there can often be debate in the industry itself. The efforts of our fishermen in recent years in experimenting with selective gear are very much to be commended. I think we've not yet reached the point where we've got the perfect selective gear, but we're making the kind of progress that we need to make. But the Cabinet Secretary did refer to one of the key problems with the development of selective gear, and that is having the quota available so we can go and test it. Because if you don't have quota for cod, and the fishermen know where a lot of the cod are, they're going to avoid the areas the cod are. But when they need to test a selective gear net that is designed to go into an area with cod and not catch cod, you have to go into a cod area and take the risk that your net, not yet perfect in its selectivity, will catch cod. And fishermen are burning up their quota very quickly indeed by experimenting with selective gear. So we do need more support, more quota for that very valuable work that's being done voluntarily by many of our fishermen. We mustn't move to the position we've seen in the whaling industry, where the industry lives off the back of so-called scientific research, but we do need a little bit more help. Now, of course, our fishermen, conservationists they are, work with other environmentalists like WWF, and I think that absolutely shows that they are prepared to be driven by good science. They're prepared to work with others using their local knowledge and experience. We've seen only 14 months ago the Daily Telegraph in September 2012 headlining that there were 100 cod left in the sea, in the North Sea. The author of that absurdity is now saying there are going to be no brown crab left. It's worth saying that that wonderful programme on Radio 4 about statistics more or less described that as the worst wrong number we have ever reported, the correct number, of course, being 21 million cod. Presiding officer, I know someone who's learning Icelandic. I have a nephew who's fluent in Danish because he lives there. We're going to have to engage with some difficult people in difficult times and difficult negotiations. I hope the Minister can do his bit for Scotland's fishermen.
Thank you. And I call Christian Allard to be followed by Jenny Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First of all, I would like to declare an interest because I've been working the last 20 years in the Scottish fishing industry. In Aberdeen, in the northeast of Scotland, the region that I've got the pleasure and the honour to represent today as a member of the Scottish Parliament. And I've been involved a lot in all these organisations, the fishing organisation, both in the catching sector and in the processing sector. And in very many meetings, I heard very often the admiration that some of the members of the Scottish industry have to have with fellow EU members, the representative in other countries, and particularly French representatives who are negotiating every year with the rest of the EU and the way we are negotiating with the rest of the EU. And I have to say that Richard Lockhead, our Cabinet Secretary, might not be a Frenchman, but he's very close to it, and maybe the closest we have to it with his skills he has developed over the years to enter all these negotiations year after year. and particularly the experience he has gained in regionalisation that Claire Baker was talking about and had put in her amendment. I think it's very, very important that we have that regionalisation that has been put forward by our Cabinet Secretary and that the EU will implement. And of course, he had a lot of experience with dealing with a lot of UK ministers and EU commissioners over the years, and he persevered and convinced UK governments, successive UK governments, and of course DEFRA, in the importance of Scottish fishing industry through briefing and sitting in the back seat, hoping for the best when he attends some of his EU meeting. And he's got all the patience that maybe I haven't got as a Frenchman. And I want particularly to talk of this particular point, the point about the Cabinet Secretary coming into this negotiation without the backing of the UK Parliament and DEFRA, because of a concordat was signed early in May 2012. And which we have not received the ending yet. That concordat was about the UK Parliament, the Assembly of Wales, the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Scottish Parliament were united to demand that DEFRA, the UK government department in charge of fishing quota management, to release the names of the individual companies and the multinational trading quotas, some profiteering from the work of active fishermen, and some causing the same concern in the fishing industry that sleepers farmers are doing to the farming industry. So the Cabinet Secretary has got that patient, but it would be so important if we could get that outcome at the end of this year before we enter the negotiation, particularly if the negotiation are delayed in January. So I would want some reassurance from the Cabinet Secretary on that particular point, because of course the Scottish Seafood Association, which I was a member of, stated that the association members supported a complete transparency regarding quotas. So did the Malaga and North West Fishermen's Association and the Aberdeen Fish Processors Organisation. They are all in favour of further transparency regarding quotas, which is very important when we're talking about the negotiation coming in next week, is that we see that transparency will be the first step to regain control of Scotland's fishing rights. And let me explain, Presiding Officer, what would be important. It will be a first step for future generation to be able to gain this, having access to these quotas. But we haven't got just now. The consequences of the establishment of a public accessible register of fixed quota allocation, holdings and transactions will be that the value of Australian quotas would plunge to a level that would allow working fishermen and young fishermen to not be dying to go fishing and to have a great future for our industry. Thank you, President.
Many thanks. I call Jenny Mara to be followed by Rob Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As a member for the North East Scotland, I am glad to be able to speak in this debate this afternoon and to support the Labour amendment. The Common Fisheries Policy was set up to address a simple collective action problem, that if each member state were to fish unfettered, collectively we would decimate our stocks, permanently harm the biodiversity of our waters and undermine the long-term economic interests of the coastal communities that depend on our fishing industry. Cooperation, therefore, is key to success, and in Scotland we have taken great leaps in recent years to demonstrate our commitment to cooperate both within the UK and across Europe and fulfil our role as a responsible nation within the Common Fisheries Policy. From real-time closures to CCTV pilots, we have shaped Europe's approach to a sustainable fisheries policy. These measures must continue to be developed as proportional and effective means for Scotland to continue to lead the way on responsible fisheries management. However, it is absolutely vital in the interest of fairness that the restrictions we place on our industry are backed by robust and reliable scientific data. One of the most significant opportunities regionalisation gives us is the opportunity to collaborate better and build upon the science that underpins the decisions we make. Because good scientific data has the ability to build consensus around what our collective interest looks like. Take, for example, on cod quotas. The WWF have stated a 9% cut in next year's North Sea cod quota is on the cards, not because of scientific advice, but because of the provisions under the cod recovery plan. Scientific advice indicates that a rollover can be consistent with achievement of sustainable fishing levels by 2015, as long as current cod avoidance fishing behaviour is maintained. Now, that point is significant when we look to the response of the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, because there is a shared acceptance, built on scientific evidence, that so long as we continue our leading conservation efforts, the levels of our quotas can be adjusted. So, as we continue through these negotiations and on our wider journey towards regionalisation, to try and strike the right balance between the needs of our fishing industry and the needs to make our water sustainable, I urge the Scottish Government to build upon our scientific data, to collaborate with our neighbours in the collection and production of that data, so we can reach decisions about our waters which, through the veracity of fact, are built on consensus and a shared understanding of our collective interest.
Thank you, and I now call Rob Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to take part in this debate. The end-year fish negotiations are of vital importance to many of the communities that I represent and many other members in the chamber here. The Scottish Government continues to fight hard for Scotland's fishing sector in Brussels and will do so again next week, I'm sure. This builds on a strong record of previous administrations in the Scottish Parliament doing just that. But Scotland is ready not just to have a seat at the negotiations, but to take its turn in leading the negotiations, and that would be a step forward for protecting and developing our fishing industry. I think it's important to recognise that the aspects of this at the end of year are down to a number of key aspects which I wish to touch on. Landing obligations and is the starting point. Now, we know that related to discards that we're going to have a bigger job to make sure that we measure how all of this is brought about. And the way in which fish are sorted and weighed is something that's quite important in this process, and I would ask the Cabinet Secretary to make sure that the control orders that deal with this rely on as little handling of fish as possible and a move towards that weighing being done at sea with scales which are agreed by the authorities before they leave, without the need to have so much of that done and sampled on shore. And I think that the landing obligation leads me to believe that it's important that this is spread over all the species which are landed at the time, because as we move towards the discard ban, there will be a more complicated job to do. Now, dealing with that, the maximum sustainable yield issue is one which the Scottish Fishermen Federation considers a laudable intention, but they say it's now enshrined in the regulation that's scientifically impossible. If that's so, then we have to find the Cabinet Secretary's means to cut the Gordian knot. But I believe that in supporting the progressive move to maximum sustainable yield by 2015, where possible, and no later than 2020, that we're taking a realistic view of moving towards the means whereby we sustain the stocks in our seas, the very many different mixed fishery stocks that we deal with. The next issue I'd like to deal with is about licensing. And since we have a tremendous record in our country of exports, and that the Food and Drink Organisation, the food and drink sector, has led to a large amount of fish exports, it would be important that the licence potential for getting to places like China for stocks from here is made much more simple than it is at the present time. And I'm afraid to say that is not the case. Licensing can take weeks, if not months, and it's something which must be speeded up in order to help that export to take place. I'd like to move on to the whole coherence argument. And indeed, WWF and the RSPB have thanked the progressive approach adopted by the Scottish Government in working alongside fisheries and environmental stakeholders in the Fisheries Management and Conservation Group. Scottish fisheries can better respond to the challenges of the new CFP regulation as a result. Absolutely, I would agree. And I was pleased a couple of Mondays ago to attend the launch of a sustainable food festival, which is going to be based on fish in Scrabster next September. And the intention is to make sure that we encourage as many people as possible to eat sustainable fish, and for our Parliament to be able to back a Cabinet Secretary who achieves the potential of making sure that all of our fisheries are sustainable. Thank you.
Many thanks. We now turn to the closing speeches, and I call on Tavish Scott with around 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Alec Johnson started his contribution by saying that this annual debate was the way in which Parliament sent off the Minister with great parliamentary support. Didn't always feel that way back in the early days. I seem to remember a few debates that weren't quite like that. Indeed, I can only just imagine Richard Lochhead's reaction had Ross Finney squeezed a fisheries debate in between human rights and sport. But I'll leave that as it is. Can I say that I agreed with the priorities that the Cabinet Secretary set out in his opening remarks? Very much take and agree with his point about the freeze on days. I would frankly argue strongly for an increase. I'm sure he would too, but he has to be in the art of the possible. But I do think he has to work very hard with other member states on dealing with the inherent flaws that Jenny Mara touched on in the cod recovery plan. They do not go away. We keep being told this thing is going to go, it's got no further role to play, but every year our fishermen see it still in place and imposing the kind of restrictions that the Minister then has to deal with every December. So I, for one, as a representative of an island that is massively dependent on fisheries, would dearly like to see the end of a policy that is just inherently flawed. I also agreed with his point about monkfish flexibility, that for the Shetland fleet is certainly the most, or it has been the most, can I just finish this point? Suddenly give away in a minute. The most valuable species to the Shetland fleet. It was worth around £4 million last year to that fleet, out of £60 million of fish landed in Shetland, and that's a quarter of all fish landed in the whole of Scotland being landed in Lerwick. Happy to give way to
Stuart Stevenson.
Like the member, my constituents are heavily dependent on the fishing industry. I wonder if, in the light of our minister being one of the most experienced ministers in Europe, the member might join me in seeking a bigger role. I'm not specific when I say that, in fisheries negotiations in Europe, where his experience can be of the benefit to all the members of the EU.
I don't in any way doubt the Cabinet Secretary's both involvement and also his expertise, having done this for many years. But all my knowledge about this process, and I'm sure Stuart Stevenson would accept this as an ex-minister like I am, is it's the bilaterals that matter. The work that happens, which Richard Lochhead has huge experience of, the work that matters is not in the Council chamber. We may make a big song and dance about that, may we not, but the reality of European negotiations is the people you talk to, if I did say I was going to say the coffee room, and I'll keep it at that, the people you speak to in the coffee room and the agreements or the nearly agreements you can come to there. I just wanted to make two other points about remarks and observations that colleagues have made across the chamber. Firstly, on discards, again we have talked the talk on that, but if you look at the Norwegian experience of a discard policy, it is anything but a discard policy. They describe their fishing approach as one where they have banned discards, but if you look closely at that, as I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary has, there are areas in which they have a discard ban, and then they also have a very, in my view, enlightened policy in relation to recognising their whitefish industry's needs and their whitefish industry's catch in a mixed fishery. And that is the one point I'd make about Stuart Stevenson's earlier remarks about our industry volunteering for selective gear. I'm sure he would recognise from his own constituency, as certainly I would, that when our industry and when our boats were asked to put cameras on board, that was because there were greater days and more days to achieve because of that. They weren't exactly ecstatic about it. I'm sure he would have had that conversation on the pier as much as I did. So I think we need to be careful about saying the balance between our industry moving forward on selective gear and the reality that they're in many ways forced to, because that is the nature of the of the requirement. The final point I just wanted to make was on the I'm grateful to other colleagues who have mentioned the North East Atlantic mackerel situation. That is the issue. That's because it's tied to whitefish stocks, in my view, for the first time in our observations on these matters. And I wish the Minister well in untangling what I think is a very difficult knot.
Many thanks. And to now call on Alex Ferguson. Around 4 minutes, please.
Presiding officer, I sometimes think we ought to recall Parliament on Christmas Day to hold this debate. Such is the degree of goodwill that emanates from all sides of the chamber towards the Minister as he sets about these difficult negotiations. But I hope you won't take that advice too seriously. I've listened very carefully to this debate, Presiding officer. It's been a very good one as always, but it is difficult not to remain deeply concerned about the international situation and the recent international negotiations, because these are the negotiations that really set the quota for stocks of mutual interest. As has been highlighted very, very vividly, not least by Tavish Scott, we now appear to have reached a stalemate with Norway, Iceland and the Faroes in relation to the North East Atlantic mackerel. And this will mean that TACs for jointly managed stocks will not be set until well into the new year, as the Cabinet Secretary highlighted in his opening remark, leaving our fishermen facing yet more uncertainty over their livelihood. It cannot be right, surely, that countries increase their allocations unilaterally year on year and simply refuse to cooperate when it's time to get round the negotiating table. This stalemate has to end, and soon. But on the common fisheries policy itself, the key issue is surely, and I think other members have highlighted this, how the implementation of the new CFP is actually going to be implemented. Now, I'm obviously pleased, like everybody else, that we've reached an agreement on discards and that the ban is to be phased in gradually. But I'm sure we would all agree that there has to be a common-sense approach to the way discards are managed, because a total elimination of discards is simply not practical in the very short term. As we've said before, on this side, simply banning discards is effectively banning the symptom rather than banning the cause of the problem. If the discards question is to be solved, then surely a key element has to be an increase in TAC, total allowable catch. And in that regard, we should not underestimate the importance of recognising changing scientific advice. As the NAFC Marine Centre in Shetland has recently reported, over the past decade, cod stocks in the North Sea have doubled, place stocks have trebled, and hake stocks have quadrupled, while fishing mortality rates have fallen dramatically year on year. So while the North Sea is in some ways full of fish, the quotas for cod and haddock are now so low that fishermen are catching their quota within 8 weeks sometimes, and then have to turn to other catches to make a living. So the conservation measures put in place by the CFP are in some ways now creating an imbalance in the North Sea with sand eels, for example. I think Angus MacDonald mentioned sand eels being greatly reduced and displaced effort, resulting in too many boats fishing for prawns, for example, while other stocks protected by the cod recovery plan remain plentiful. But the recovery, let's face it, is good news, and our fishermen deserve enormous commendation for taking the hard decisions and making the necessary changes to ensure the viability of the industry. And make no mistake, fishermen want nothing more than to make fishing sustainable, not just now, but for generations to come. And they've given up a great deal over the years to bring that about. So we share the Cabinet Secretary's concern over ICE's advice recommending a 9% cut in the North Sea cod quota, especially when that same advice also shows that a 20% increase in quota would still keep the recovery of the stock on track. I agree that a further cut in quota could only lead to more discarding, given the abundance of cod in our seas. So we support the call from the Scottish Fishermen's Federation to secure an increase in cod quota for 2014, for the simple reason that it clearly can ensure the continuation of sustainable fishing, whilst at the same time reducing discards. I think that's called a win-win. Presiding officer, with fishermen also facing a 15% cut in North Sea haddock, which is a mainstay of the Scottish fleet, it does still sometimes appear that our fishermen are being penalised when they are the ones taking the necessary steps to help the industry survive. Presiding officer, time does not allow me to discuss many other issues that this debate has thrown up, so I will finish by merely quoting the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, which says, "The reform of CAP has been a political process and we're stuck with it. Ministers now have to deliver workable plans that will protect our industry to ensure a sustainable future for fishing. On this side, like others, we wish the Cabinet Secretary every success as he seeks to do just that."
Yes. Many thanks. And to now call on Claudia Beamish. 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer.
This time last year, I stood in the Chamber to debate the annual fisheries negotiations and expressed concerns over the state of our shared European fisheries. At that stage, reform of the policy was being debated, and in February this year, finally, belatedly, the Parliament reached an overdue arrangement, and it's now the final details which we're all grappling with. As has been discussed by my colleagues, the CFP reforms have signalled an end to the widely discredited practice of discarding, which is certainly to be welcomed, and we have once again reiterated on this side of the Chamber the importance of following sound scientific advice in developing European fisheries policy, something that was not always been the case in the past. As we have heard in this debate, the SFF and RSPB and WWF are not that far from each other on the way forward for cod fisheries. In the words of my North East colleague Jenny Mara, it is therefore clear that the industry and environmental experts are prepared to unite when the scientific evidence is there. She urges the Scottish Government to, I quote, build on the scientific data, to collaborate with our neighbours in the collection and production of that data. And Angus MacDonald has also highlighted how essential the science is as a basis for moving forward in this complex area. Unfortunately, however, the bilateral discussions between EU and Norway have again fallen through, and I wish the Cabinet Secretary every encouragement in January in trying to resolve this very important issue. And as Tavish Scott has highlighted, the issue around Faroes and Iceland must be resolved if we were to have a fair way forward as well. In terms of regionalisation, one of the most important developments, in our view, that's come out of the last year's negotiations was this. It is now the mainstream opinion in Europe that regional groups, such as the Scheveningen Group or Baltfish Group, are the preferred model for regional cooperation, though, of course, more formalisation needs to take place. And as Claire Baker highlighted earlier, the Scottish Fishermen's Federation has today expressed concerns about what they call, I quote, the exclusive competence held in Brussels and enshrined in the treaties. However, it is hoped that the Cabinet Secretary and others in these negotiations will be able to resolve this so that some sense of power and decision-making is felt to be held at a regional level. And I wish the Cabinet Secretary well with this. In terms of today's announcement by the Cabinet Secretary about the European Maritime Fisheries Fund, this is sometimes forgotten in the debate, but it is a really important issue in terms of supporting the diversification and support for our coastal communities, such as Eyemouth in my region and that of the Minister. And I'm sure members will agree with me that it is really important for the future of our coastal communities. And I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary can give an indication of what types of projects will be put forward in this round. As my colleague Claire Baker has highlighted, and we have suggested in our amendment to the Government's motion, our fishing industry must be supported to comply with the ban on discards, which will soon come into place. Our fishermen, with the challenge of a mixed fishery, must be able to gradually adapt to the incoming discard regulations. As such, must concentrate on how discard minimisation and maximum selectivity can be moved forward. We cannot be left still adapting to the new regulations when the legislation comes into force. I want to say something about fashions in fish, trying to be slightly light-hearted in the Christmas period, perhaps. I recall my Aberdonian grandmother telling me that she heard in her childhood, fresh herring 2 a penny in Aberdeen. Once mackerel was frowned on by some, and then smoked mackerel became a good pub fare. Cod and haddock are the staples of fish suppers, but let's not shun other species in the bid for sustainability. And the BBC website tells us Coley is one of the least expensive fish in the cod family and is a great sustainable substitute for cod or haddock in many recipes. My Thai son-in-law has proved with his delicious cooking that monkfish is great in a Thai curry, and as it holds together well. One of the other ways to be adventurous is to order a fish box, which again can come out of Aberdeen, depending on what the weekly catch is. And my partner is getting one of those for Christmas. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what he is doing to further promote the spread of species so that our sustainable catches in Scotland can can indeed be encouraged. And I actually said to my son last night, I hope you're going just to carry the family theme on for a moment. I hope that you're going to eat well the night before one of your exams, which he's taking as we speak. And he said, yes, of course, I'm eating fish because it will make me clever. And I think we all need to be extremely clever in these, in the support we must give to the Cabinet Secretary now in these very complex negotiations, so that we ensure that sustainable development is at the heart of the way forward for Scottish fisheries in sustainable Scottish seas. And we do have a positive amendment today, and can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if he might be minded to support our amendment today, which we've put forward in that spirit, and we wish the Cabinet Secretary well in the negotiations for this year's end-of-year fisheries.
Many thanks. Just before I call the Cabinet Secretary, can I once again remind the Chamber that debates this afternoon are on a follow-on basis, and therefore members who wish to participate in the next debate should be in for opening speeches. And I call on Richard Lockhead to wind up the debate. 8 minutes, please, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Once again, it's been a very helpful and useful debate prior to the end-of-year bun fight that takes place in Brussels every December, the annual fisheries negotiations, which of course are so important to the future of our coastal economies and our seafood sector and the wider fishing industry. And I do feel the weight on my shoulders as I head out to Brussels on Sunday for a 2 or 3 day marathon, no doubt without sleep at some points overnight, as often is the case in these mad surroundings. But it is important that Scotland is represented out there, given the importance of the fishing industry and seafood to Scotland. And I thank many members from across all the parties for their fine contributions today. In fact, of course, Alec Ferguson enjoyed it so much he wants to come back and debate it again on Christmas Day, which he may be a lone voice on that particular suggestion today, but I did agree with many of the other points he made. And of course, Claudia Beamish actually referred to what she was giving her partner for Christmas, which I thought rather spoilt the surprise. But I'm sure he never reads his partner's comments in the official report in the Scottish Parliament. Can I also just take the opportunity to congratulate Christian Allard on his first speech in the annual fishing debate in the Scottish Parliament. Of course, he reflected on over 20 years of experience of actually working in the north east of Scotland fishing industry. So it's fantastic to have his experience of the industry in this Parliament and to hear from him today during this debate. Given that he is French, of course, I'm trying to work out how we can use his ability and his negotiating and diplomatic skills, given we sometimes have issues with French in relation to some North Sea stocks. Perhaps, of course, we could make Christian the hake envoy for Scotland, given we're always trying to get hake quota off the French, so perhaps that's a new job we could give to Christian. The quality of seafood from Scotland was mentioned by many members, and I welcome that, because we should always remember when we have this debate, yes, it's about the technicalities and it's about quota negotiations and all the other issues surrounding that and the bureaucracy of the negotiations in Brussels, but ultimately it's about the fantastic food that we are lucky enough to have in our waters, and lucky enough to have the people with the skills and ingenuity and the attitudes and aptitude to go out in all kinds of conditions and land that fantastic seafood for our tables, not just for our own tables, but for the rest of the world as well, given that about 50% of our food exports are seafood, so that's contributing towards that success as well. And I'm pleased that Claire Baker mentions serving up that fantastic seafood in our schools, because the Scottish Government has been running the Seafood in Schools project for some time now with a lot of success and introducing many of our children to healthy, good quality Scottish seafood. And indeed, given my son is just as fussy as most other sons of his age, it's very encouraging that he comes back from his school dinners in Murray and always compliments the fish, which he says is his favourite dish in the school menu. So that's good news. So there are some schools, I can say to Claire Baker, serving up seafood across the country. Now, a number of issues have been mentioned. I want to turn to the EU-Norway talks. First of all, many members have mentioned different dimensions of those talks. Firstly, there are essential two dimensions to these negotiations. Firstly, there's the ongoing mackerel dispute, which of course is of international significance and of crucial importance to Scotland. And then, secondly, there's the white fish stocks, which are shared between the EU and Norway and are often subject to separate negotiations, but they have been postponed to early in 2014, just as have the mackerel negotiations as well. So yes, it is fair to say they're not completely divorced from each other. They are tangled up to a degree. But as in past years, where the whitefish negotiations over some of the crucial North Sea stocks like haddock, cod and so on, they have been in the past carried out earlier in the following year due to being postponed. And the guidance I take from our industry is that it's better to wait for a few months, perhaps even just a few weeks, hopefully, and get the right result over the whitefish negotiations than rush and have them on the normal schedule if we're not confident of getting the right result for Scotland. So I take comfort from the fact that our industry understands the situation at the moment. And of course, there is a new minister in place in Norway, and of course she's now getting to grips with her portfolio and all the complex issues surrounding that, and no doubt she's welcoming the extra few weeks to do that. However, the mackerel dispute is, of course, crucially important. I do have a slight issue with the Liberal Democrat amendment, I'm afraid, because it does seem to take the onus of having the option of securing a deal at the right time if the opportunity presents itself. And now we do have good science for the mackerel stock. There is a new atmosphere in terms of trying to reach a deal with this dispute that's going on for several years now. I don't want to be bound by Parliament's view, if possible, to avoid any opportunity that comes along to sign up to a deal if it's the right deal for Scotland. And therefore, I think the wording of the Liberal Democrat amendment is not helpful in that regard. Because if in the next few weeks or months we have the opportunity, it's the right deal for Scotland, we should grasp that opportunity to put a stable management framework in place for this internationally important stock, which is crucial for Scotland and has to be governed on a very sustainable basis. But I do put on record once again that I will not sign up to any deal that is unfair towards Scotland and is not reasonable, and of course which was to reward irresponsible behaviour from Iceland or the Faroes or any other country, and not take into account the fact that Scotland, like many other countries in Europe, has been responsible over these past years, and until the agreement broke down, was part of an international management regime, which of course led to the stock being so healthy in the first place, and these other countries able to take their quotas, which unfortunately they've established on a unilateral basis. However, in terms of the Labour and Conservative amendments, I am happy to support them today, and I think they do add to the motion, and I do hope the Liberal Democrats and other parties sign up to the final motion so we can move forward with one voice. Can I just check how long I've got, Presiding Officer, in terms of this debate? Before I address many other issues.
8 minutes.
Pardon?
8 minutes.
Okay. 8 more minutes or 8 minutes?
8 minutes in total.
Therefore, the EU-Norway talks are crucially important. Now, I want to turn to the cod recovery plan in terms of some of the comments from members. I think Lewis MacDonald made a very good point where he alluded to the fact that we have this regulatory straitjacket, which is the cod recovery plan, which was signed up to a few years ago, reflecting circumstances at the time, even though, of course, this government was not happy with the particular wording of the plan back then. But here we are in 2013, looking at the current fishing biology, looking at current circumstances, and having this plan, which was designed a few years ago, being adhered to by the European Commission time and time again, backed up by their lawyers. But what should really be at the forefront of all our minds is what's best for the cod stock and, of course, a reasonable outcome for our own fishing industries. We do not want to have a situation where a 9% cut is implemented by Europe, because that's what the plan says. It was designed several years ago, and that leads to more discards of cod in our own waters, forcing our fishermen to have the abhorrent experience of throwing good quality fish overboard dead back into the sea. Therefore, it is good the scientists and indeed environmental organisations, as indeed all parties in this chamber and the Scottish Government, back having a reasonable outcome and the potential for a modest increase in that quota. One of the difficulties with the cod recovery plan is that it has had a huge negative impact on the fleet's ability to catch other stocks. Because of the state of the cod stock and the regulation around that, it's been really difficult for the Scottish fleet to catch the other healthy stocks, because they're not allowed to visit certain parts of the sea at certain times, and they have to adhere to wider regulations. And that is why the inflexibility of the cod recovery plan is so damaging to the Scottish fleet, and we have to get it changed as possible. So there are a number of big challenges on the horizons. The short-term challenges of next week's quota negotiations, which we've discussed at length today. There's the mackerel dispute, which still forms the backdrop of these negotiations. I hope we can get a deal signed up to on that in the next few weeks and months. And then, of course, there's implementation of the discard ban, which will only be possible if we have genuine regionalisation in place. We do not want the detail in our complex fisheries decided in Brussels over the implementation of a discard ban. We have to work in partnership with our own industries and scientists here in Scotland and our other neighbouring countries in these same waters, and put the right measures into place. I'll take, if I have time, briefly.
Liam MacArthur.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. As he'll be well aware, in going into these negotiations, almost the more negotiating priorities you have, almost the weaker the position is. Clearly in this debate, the issue of effort and no further reduction in effort has been raised by a number of members. Can he conceive of any circumstances in which he would sign up to a deal that would have effort reduction as part of it, or is that one of the red lines over which he will not cross?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm happy to confirm, as I alluded to in my opening remarks, that I will not support any deal that leads to any cutting days at sea for the Scottish fleet. And it's ridiculous we're in this legal quagmire still in 2013, where we all accept in Europe the Cod Recovery Plan is flawed, doesn't work the way it should do, and that many countries, of course, agree there should not be any further cutting days at sea. Yet here, once again, we have the formal proposal by the European Commission that we have to fight next week. But I am hopeful of a good outcome, and I will be demanding the support of the UK Government in taking that forward. So, in conclusion, Presiding Officer, I thank the Chamber for their contributions today. As I said just a few seconds ago, there are short-term challenges. There's the longer-term challenges of the discard ban and implementing regionalisation. But we are fighting here for a valuable industry for Scotland that lands fantastic seafood for our tables in this country and throughout the world. And there is light at the end of the tunnel. If we can get through some of these challenges over the next year or two, we're going to talk about a prosperous, successful fishing industry for many, many years to come, and sustainable fish stocks in our waters, and that's a win-win for everyone. So I ask the industry for their patience and their cooperation, and to continue with a resilient attitude in the years ahead so we can achieve that success for Scotland.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the debate on the NGA fish negotiations, and it's time to move on to the next item of business. I'll allow a few seconds for the front bench to change places. And the next item of business this afternoon is a debate on motion number 8546 in the name of Shona Robinson on the youth sport strategy. Could I invite members who wish to participate to press the request to speak buttons now, please? And I call on Shona Robinson to speak to and move the motion. Minister, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I'm absolutely delighted to address the Chamber on giving children and young people a sporting chance, a draft strategy for Scotland, which we published yesterday. Earlier today, we had a motion of condolence on Nelson Mandela, and as on so many things, his words on sport are absolutely uplifting. Sport has the power to change the world, it has the power to inspire, it has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. It laughs in the face of all types of discrimination. We all recognise the importance of being physically active. We also know that sport is only one part of an active life, but with Scotland hosting the Commonwealth Games and Ryder Cup next year and the legacy that will result, there is no better time to celebrate our successes in youth sport and to consider what more needs to be done. As was clear during our debate on youth sport in June, we all have our own ideas about that. However, I'm sure you will agree that this strategy shouldn't be full of things which adults think are important, but it should be a strategy not only for children and young people, but by children and young people. And that's why we started by asking the Young People's Sports Panel for their views. What they told us has shaped the document that you have before you, including the title, which was their suggestion. We have some members of the panel in the gallery today, and I'd like to thank them very much for their input. The panel told us that they want only the best for children and young people in Scotland. They want opportunities that ignite and excite them to get involved and to stay involved. Their needs can be summarised as give us great opportunities, supported by great people, delivered in great places and given a higher profile. Certainly.
Tavish Scott.
I'm very grateful to the Sports Minister for giving way. On her principle of giving opportunities for young people, which I agree with, would you recognise that in the outlying years the argument that's being made is on transport costs and the need to address that, and the draft strategy, as far as I read it, doesn't particularly address that? Would she make sure that in her final proposals in this area that point is covered?
Minister.
Certainly happy to take that on board and give it some further consideration. The draft strategy sets out in some detail what we are collectively doing in these 4 areas and what more might be done. I obviously can't do justice to all of the detail in the speech, but I want to just spend a little time on each. The Young People Sports panel told us that they want opportunities to be involved in sport in a range of ways, at school as well as out of school, in clubs, groups and informally with their friends and family. We believe that the position is already strong. There are opportunities to try sports through PE, active schools programmes provided by local authorities and leisure trusts, through sports governing bodies and clubs, through the voluntary sector, landscape of youth and community organisations, and of course in higher and further education. Growing up, there are opportunities to take part in events and competitions through schools and events such as the Sainsbury's School Games and the Commonwealth Youth Games. There are opportunities to develop leadership skills through sport, through programmes such as the Youth Legacy Ambassadors, Young Ambassadors and Lead 2014. However, there are ways we can build on this. On PE, we are already making good progress, with 89% of schools delivering the PE target, up from just under 10% in 2004-05. Now, that's an almost complete reversal from 90% not achieving the target to almost 90% now achieving the target. There's obviously more to do, and that's why, to build on this, I announced yesterday that continued investment of £5.8 million over 2014-15 and 15-16 will be provided through the partnership between Education Scotland and Sports Scotland. And that will assist local authorities in maintaining the quantity, but importantly continue to improve the quality of PE provision in schools. On school sport, yes, of course.
Patricia Ferguson. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you, Minister, for taking the intervention. I'm sure when quoting the statistics that she has done, the Minister will be conscious of the fact that originally, when this Parliament was established, there were actually very few new PE teachers being recruited. I think the number was something like 9 in 2003-04, but that by 2004-05, that figure had gone up to 80. That obviously feeds into the statistics about activity and about PE particularly, and I think that that increase over time is something that we should all welcome.
Minister.
I'm sure that to some extent that's true. However, I think what's also true is that the priority given to PE, particularly within the primary sector, is something that is far more prominent now, and that's taken a lot of hard work by frontline professionals, head teachers showing leadership and classroom teachers being skilled up in order to provide the very important contribution that they make to PE. On that point, I'll maybe just deal with the Conservative amendment, because we'll be rejecting the Conservative amendment as I think it fails to recognise the essential role of the primary school classroom teacher in the delivery of PE, without which we wouldn't have made the progress in the quantity of PE and indeed the quality of PE as they are skilled and are developing their skills in delivering PE. If we were to remove that, just a second I will, if we were to remove that resource, then the amount and quality and quantity of PE that children in the primary sector would be getting would be drastically reduced, and I'm sure that's not something Liz Smith would want to see. I'll give way to her on that point.
I thank the Minister for that comment. I do actually think it's very important about the quality, and I think there's an assurance when it comes to parents that they do want to see qualified PE instructors. When I did an FOI just recently, the number of councils who did not actually hold the relevant information on this was really very surprising.
Minister.
PE specialists have an important role to play, particularly in the links between the secondary sector and their feeder primaries and supporting classroom teachers. But we can't underestimate the role of the classroom teacher, as it has always been in the delivery of PE. What is new, though, is that we're upskilling that workforce, making sure that they have the confidence when they're delivering PE. But without that resource, we would not get anywhere near the delivery of 2 hours PE a week. So we have to recognise that that is an important resource. Can I just move on to other ways we're going to build on this, because I'm conscious of time. On school sport competition, which again is only a small part of the strategy, but an important part, because we feel that there is more that can be done around the quality of school sport competition. Sport Scotland is going to learn from and roll out the current pilot activity on intra and inter-school sport competition that's taking place in order to drive up the opportunities for young people to take part in good quality school competition. On opportunities for children and young people to lead, Sport Scotland is going to work to ensure that every community sports hub has young people as an integral part of their management team. It is, of course, crucial that all children and young people have the opportunity to take part in sport. The PE Disability Inclusion Training Programme provided through Scottish Disability Sport is giving up to 1,000 teachers in Scottish schools the knowledge, skills and experience to include disabled young people fully in quality PE and sports provision by 2014. And I know that's an issue that Patricia Ferguson mentioned in her correspondence to me about the strategy. There are also a range of valuable existing programmes which reach out to those who have particular needs, such as Active Girls, Street Soccer, Jump to It and the Cooperative Young Volunteer Programme. Community sports hubs provide an opportunity to reach out to young people in their communities, and Sports Scotland is going to be working alongside the Robertsons Trust to develop and support stronger youth work approaches in community sports hubs, so reaching out to those young people who don't take part in sport at the moment and for whom the school environment is perhaps a challenging one. Notwithstanding all of this, I want to consider whether we're doing all we can to ensure that opportunities are inclusive and engaging, and particularly that we get the views directly from children and young people themselves. We in Sports Scotland are working closely with representative bodies for children and young people, including Young Scotland's Commissioner for Children and Young People and the Children's Parliament, to ensure that we get the views of those who are already participating in sport, but importantly those who don't. Day in, day out, week after week, there are vast numbers of teachers, volunteers, parents and coaches who give their time, energy and commitment to encourage children and young people to enjoy sport. In recent years, there has been an enhanced effort to support those working with children and young people to develop more child-centred behaviours. This has included enhanced training about safeguarding, disability inclusion and protecting children and young people, as well as Positive Coaching Scotland, a programme which aims to drive culture change in the behaviours of the key influencers in a young person's life, such as parents, teachers and coaches. While we are fortunate to have a huge and talented resource of coaches and volunteers, we can build further on these foundations. And to do that, Sports Scotland is going to continue its commitment to Positive Coaching Scotland, develop and deliver a new clubs leaders training programme and deliver a new multi-skill coach training programme and qualification. In recent years, Scotland has seen a transformation in the capital infrastructure for sport. The scale of new national, regional and local facilities for sport, combined with the school estate modernisation programme, means that we have never been as well served by great sports facilities across Scotland. What is important, though, that in addition to those fantastic facilities that we have the school estate open at a local level. By March 2018, the £1.25 billion Schools for the Future programme will see the construction of 67 new schools built for over 46,000 pupils. In our debate on this subject in June, it was Tavish Scott highlighted his concerns in relation to Sports Scotland's involvement in the design of new schools. To ensure the best possible outcomes, the Scottish Government will facilitate Sports Scotland's earlier and ongoing involvement in the design of new schools to be delivered within the Scottish Government School Building Programme. And at the same time, Sports Scotland will use its research on the school estate as a basis for discussing improvements to the programming of community sport activity in schools with local authorities and their partners. Finally, the Young People's Sports Panel is keen that a higher profile is given to young people's involvement in sport. I've asked the Young People's Sports Panel to develop proposals on how that can happen. If their contributions to date are anything to go by, Presiding Officer, I'm confident that they will embrace this opportunity and provide us with some very comprehensive and creative ideas. And with that said, I move the motion in my name.
Thank you. I now call Patricia Ferguson to speak to move amendment number 8546.2. Ms Ferguson, you've got 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to be able to speak in this debate and to move the amendment in my name. And for reasons which will become clear later on, I'm very pleased too that the Minister chose that particular quote from Nelson Mandela. But as I say, I'll come back to that perhaps closer to the end. But perhaps it would be appropriate if I just quote from Nelson Mandela on sport too, because Nelson Mandela did famously say that sport reaches areas far beyond the reach of politicians. Perhaps that's something we should all remember. But I would want to put on record my thanks to the Minister for bringing this debate to the Chamber at this stage in the development of the youth strategy. I have to say, however, that I feel that it is at the moment a strategy that needs to have perhaps a little bit of more meat on its bones. But I do hope that today's short debate can influence the final content of the document, although there are many areas that I suspect we'll not be able to cover in the time allotted. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to come back to it on another occasion. And I would particularly recognise the involvement of the Young People's Sport Panel and congratulate them on their efforts and their ambition. They have identified some very important areas of work and have provided a clear focus for the strategy, which is of course very welcome. It seems to me that there remain, though, a number of challenges at the heart of this debate. How do we reach those young people who are not involved in sport or are not physically active? Where is the money which will be needed to underpin the strategy? And can the ambitions of this strategy be achieved when we have not reached the targets for PE, as the Conservative amendment highlights? I think there is an issue about quality. Well, if I could just finish, Minister, thank you, and then I will take you. There is an issue here about quality, and I, for one, do not mind if the people teaching PE at primary school are properly trained primary school teachers, but I wouldn't want it just to be left to the luck of the draw, and I think that's really at the nub of the Conservative amendment. Minister.
Welcome the member's comments on the role of classroom teachers. Would you not recognise the huge progress that's been made in getting towards a position where all schools are delivering on the target? I mean, the latest figures show 89%, with progress happening apace for the remaining schools. Surely she'll recognise that that's progress and work done by a lot of individuals on the ground.
Patricia Ferguson.
Progress is always to be welcomed, but I think we do have to recognise the challenges that still remain. And we would actually be doing the young people we're talking about a huge disservice if we didn't recognise those challenges. But of course, at the same time, we're seeing a decline in physical activity overall, as Scottish Labour has noted in its amendment. It seems to me, though, that a useful starting point would be to ensure that all young people should be physically literate before they leave primary school, and that primary school PE should concentrate on supporting young people to enable them to be able to run, to jump, to throw, to catch and to swim with confidence. And the optimum age for doing that seems to be between about 8 and 12. So primary school time coincides with the most crucial period for that development. And I think that's incredibly important, because without these core skills, those young people will struggle to progress. But with those skills, they're equipped to go forward and develop in the sport or sports of their choice. And the involvement of teachers and education policymakers, including the Cabinet Secretary for Education, is vital to this agenda. And I hope that the Minister can assure us that such a commitment exists. I note that Sport Scotland has reported that many schools are now well equipped to take forward this agenda, which is very welcome, but that some serious challenges remain. And if we really want to change the culture and increase the number of young people involved in sport, we have to invest in it. And I would hope that the Minister's colleagues in health and in education and in justice would contribute financially from their departmental budgets. The Scottish Labour amendment draws attention to the decrease in physical activity that has occurred in recent years. Now, we recognise that this is both a complex matter and a serious one for the health and well-being of our nation, and needs the combined efforts of government departments to address. Similarly, the Justice Department must bring its resources in terms of diversion and cashback monies, recognising the transformational nature of sport in relation to community cohesion too. And there would seem to be a particular issue with the level of young people's involvement in sport at those transitional moments in their lives, when they move from primary to secondary school and from secondary school to further and higher education or to employment. And we need to find a way to encourage them to remain involved, and we need to ensure that there is a pathway that allows them to find the club or gym or track that will allow them to seamlessly continue their involvement and progress to the limits of their ambition. And I think active schools are a very important issue in terms of that transition between schools. It's an issue of transition both educationally but also in terms of sport and activity, and I think the one can complement the other. The Minister knows of my concern that young people with a disability should have as many opportunities as their peers, and I was pleased to note that the draft strategy mentions Scottish disability sports inclusion training. But I think that it could go further. I would hope that the final version of the strategy would recognise the additional benefits of physical activity to young people with a disability and would ensure that this is recognised and supported. And I would also hope, as I've mentioned before in debate, that the additional cost of adapted equipment will be recognised. Now, young people, we read, want to see their hard work and dedication respected, recognised and rewarded, and they're quite right to highlight this as an issue. And for that reason, I welcome the School Sports Awards, and I would hope that this would be something that all schools would strive to achieve. But perhaps we could go further. Presiding Officer, as the Minister correctly said in opening, earlier today we celebrated in this chamber the life of Nelson Mandela. And I would like to suggest that there might be a tangible way in which we could recognise his achievement, his legacy and Scotland's respect for him. As we know, Nelson Mandela was a keen boxer in his youth and someone who truly understood the value of sport and the importance of the symbolism that often accompanies it. He also spoke of the transformational nature of sport in Monaco in the year 2000 when he said, and I'm going to repeat the quote the Minister gave, but I think it bears repeating, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire, it has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand." So perhaps the Minister would consider establishing a scholarship fund in the name of Nelson Mandela, which would help to fund the sporting or academic achievement of young people from low-income backgrounds or those who had shown a real commitment to use sport to help to break down barriers. I would hope that she would at least consider the idea and recognise that sport can help to encourage people to work together for the good of their community. Presiding Officer, this debate has been all too brief, but I sincerely hope that it will provide an appropriate launchpad for the consultation on the youth sports strategy. Thank you.
Many thanks. I now call on Liz Smith to speak to move amendment number 8546.1. Ms Smith, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I begin by thanking the Minister who wrote to the relevant spokesman in the parties back in October to ask us to give some input. So I thank you for that. And can I also congratulate the young people who've been involved in this. As you have rightly said, Minister, I think it's very important that it is the young people in the front line who are helping to develop the strategy rather than simply politicians. And I think I'm right in saying it's been 6 years since Scotland's sporting landscape was last thoroughly reviewed. And given what we have to look forward to next year in the context of the Ryder Cup and the Commonwealth Games, it makes sense to take stock of what still needs to be addressed. And notwithstanding some very good progress, there are still some key concerns. And could I just deal with the amendment in the Conservative name? Because I think I'm right in saying that in the 2007 SNP manifesto, the strong commitment was for 2 hours per week from specialist PE teachers. I think you'll find that in the manifesto, so that is one reason why I think it's extremely important.
Minister.
But now that we all recognise the role of the classroom teacher, that's why in the 2011 manifesto we recognised that the classroom teacher is a key resource in delivering PE, and I absolutely acknowledge that now. I just hope that Liz Smith will do so as well, as Patricia Ferguson did earlier.
Liz Smith.
Absolutely. I think they're complementary. But, you know, the fact remains that it was in the SNP manifesto with specialist PE teachers, and I think there must have been a specific reason for that, and I think it's an important reason, and it's something that I think we need to take forward. And can I just repeat what I said about the FOI request that we did? There is concern, Minister, that not enough of the local authorities are aware of those who do actually hold the relevant qualifications where they are teaching. And I think we could perhaps do a little bit more work with the GTC to ensure that we have a good record of just who does hold the relevant qualifications. Tavish Scott has raised a very important point, although I see he's no longer in the chamber, about the fact that there are obviously some serious cost issues for those who come from rural communities. And again, I think there has been very good progress in some of these areas, but I think we need to do more to ensure that those who come from a very rural background have good access to facilities and can obviously take part in as much sport as is possible. Minister, I said in my response to you back in October that I think perhaps we could do more to build some bridges between the private sector and the state sector. I think there are some excellent initiatives through state schools and through the private schools, many of which have excellent sporting facilities. And I think it's important that we try to use these facilities just as much as we possibly can to the benefits of all children. And I think to take up the point that Patricia Ferguson has just made in terms of scholarships, whether that's in the name of Nelson Mandela or other international and sporting figures, then I think that's an issue that we have to consider, because it should not be a matter of your parental income or wherever you might come, that the options in school sport are either very much available to you or in some cases actually closed off. So I think I welcome the suggestion that has been made there. I think, Presiding Officer, that there were other issues raised in the sports strategy about the need to ensure that there is a good coherent strategy between central government and local government. And this morning at the Education Committee, we heard very loud and clear from a group of outdoor education specialists that one of their concerns is the fact that they don't feel that there is that coherent strategy and that there is a bit of a disconnect between central and local government, and that's perhaps something that we need to, I notice you did suggest that within the strategy, but I think perhaps we need to think a bit more about how the Scottish Government can actually create a better system there. As somebody who over time has held various sports coaching qualifications, I am acutely aware of the input that is provided to help from volunteers. Acutely aware of that, because I think if it wasn't for these volunteers, far fewer children would have the benefit of sport. And I think, again, we have to be mindful of the fact that in some areas, although I think we've done a lot to increase the number of volunteers, but I think there are still concerns for some of them, particularly in some sports, that people feel that they can't volunteer because of an awful lot of the bureaucracy that goes with that, and some of the volunteering has perhaps been hindered by the fact that that gets in the way. So, Presiding Officer, can I just finish? I look forward very much to the publication of the final youth sports strategy. 2014 is shaping up to be a fantastic year for sport, and obviously presents Scotland with a terrific opportunity, but only, I think, if we can take the very strong message back from the young people who are in the gallery and their peers, but also from a lot of the issues that have been raised.
Thank you. We now move to the open debate. Speeches are 4 minutes. Stuart Maxwell, followed by Ken McIntosh.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to begin today by welcoming the launch of the Scottish Government's draft strategy on youth sport and, of course, the opportunity to take part in today's debate. It's appropriate, perhaps, that the Scottish Government has chosen to launch this consultation on the draft youth strategy at the time that we are also preparing for the Glasgow Commonwealth Games and, of course, the Ryder Cup in 2014. The Commonwealth Games in particular will be a stimulus for various economic, sporting and health initiatives, but it's important to ensure that these initiatives leave lasting benefits after the exciting events of next year have ended. As the Government motion correctly points out, the potential benefits of sport are far-reaching, and any current investment in youth sport will manifest itself in many positive outcomes in years to come, particularly, I hope, for the most disadvantaged in our society. As other members have already mentioned, and I'm sure others will who have yet to speak, sport has benefits that reach well beyond sport itself. From building the confidence of a young person to developing social skills as part of a team, through to improved health and embedding exercise habits that will hopefully last a lifetime. However, the Government's long-term objectives of creating a healthier nation will not be achieved without the active participation of young Scots. And like others, I therefore very much welcome the Scottish Government's decision to create a young people's sports panel consisting of 16, 14 to 25-year-olds to ensure that young people are engaged and at the forefront of maximising the impact of sport in their communities. It's been a consistent theme of this Government to ensure that young people are empowered, whether at the ballot box or in their community, and I believe that including young people in shaping the future of sport in Scotland ensures the continuation of that policy. But as a West of Scotland MSP, I am delighted to see that my region is well represented in the Young People's Sports Panel. Hannah Jolly and Matt McCormick of Bearsden are both members, while Kulbir Singh from Barrhead and Sophie Gibson from Giffnock will also help to increase the profile of sport in their communities. Kulbir, if I just want to pick out one person, is one example of how the involvement of young people in sport can create wider benefits. A badminton player in his own right, he has also volunteered at national and international sporting events, including the Four Nations Disability Badminton Tournament and the National Badminton Championships. He runs a badminton club and is a member of the committee in his local Sikh temple, which organises sports days in the community. Through initiatives from the Scottish Government and the enthusiasm of people like Kulbir, Sophie, Hannah and Matt, working hard in their communities, Scotland is, I believe, well armed for the battle against physical inactivity, with 70% of children aged 2 to 15 now meeting the recommended levels of physical activity. And I know we beat ourselves up about statistics all the time in this place, but frankly, we should be celebrating the fact that we are making progress in all of these areas, including that battle against physical inactivity. The 2013 Healthy Living Survey also shows that 89% of pupils from first year to fourth year are now meeting the government target of 2 periods of PE per week, a considerable improvement since 2004-2005. The recent announcement by the Scottish Government of a further investment of £5.8 million will ensure that we are able to build on the progress that we have already made in creating a healthier and more active society. Presiding Officer, the Youth Sports Strategy is another step forward in the development of sport in Scotland, and there are a number of welcome measures included in it, such as community sports hubs and ensuring that young people with a disability are fully involved in PE and sports provision. It isn't a straightforward or an easy task to change a nation's outlook in terms of sport or healthy physical activity, but at least I believe we're on the right path. Next year will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to not only raise the profile of sport in Scotland, but to encourage our young people to live more active and healthy lives. It is therefore reassuring to see the Scottish Government is already well prepared to take advantage of these major events and build on the existing opportunities that young people in Scotland already enjoy.
Ken McIntosh, followed by Aileen MacLeod.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And it looks like many of us are using this afternoon's debate to pay tribute, our own personal tribute, to the life of Nelson Mandela, and in particular to his powerful and resonant message about the importance of sport, and I would like to do similarly. Both my colleague Patricia Ferguson and the Minister began by referring to his speech, and we talked about the power of sport not just to change the world but to unite the world. And of course President Mandela gave that speech at the final of the Rugby World Cup in South Africa in 1995. He was wearing his Springbok rugby shirt at the time at an event that did help unify that new and yet still divided young nation, at an event which I think helped redeem South Africa in the eyes of the international community. Sport was clearly important to President Mandela, but I believe the same feelings about sport hold true for most of us. It moves us, it touches our emotions. It stands out in so many of our memories and so many of our life occasions, from watching our own kids at sports day to the joy of national and international sporting success. This year we had Andy Murray at Wimbledon, but I still remember as if it was yesterday when Ian and Lachie Stewart won at the 5,000 and 10,000 metres at the Commonwealth Games. I'm glad the Presiding Officer is nodding. I think the Minister is way too young to remember such an occasion. But our lives are littered with such memories. So why, when this topic is so important to shaping us as humans, when it brings us together around our club, around our team, around our town, around our country, why, when it's so important, do we constantly treat it like a second-class subject? In terms of public policy, in terms of funding, in terms of the school curriculum, in terms of our culture, we still seem to regard sport as some sort of add-on, not something core or central to our lives. Now, I don't doubt the good intentions of the Minister, nor the goodwill expressed from all sides today, but I don't see that being followed up with the action, with the funding, with the facilities, or with the drive to change that culture. I believe transformational is the political word du jour, and there probably couldn't be a better moment to transform Scotland's sporting culture. We've had a series of high-profile sporting successes, and with the Commonwealth Games coming up, the country is abuzz with sporting anticipation.
Minister.
Minister.
I'm not sure I agree with the vision that Ken McIntosh has painted there about facilities. I look around me, not just in the West, where there are fantastic new facilities, but in lots of communities we have sports facilities like we've never had before. Surely there's a positive story to be told there. There's always more to do, but surely he would recognise some of the fantastic facilities we now have within our communities.
Okay, McIntosh.
Well, I say I absolutely welcome every time new facilities are opened. But I'm also conscious that we're still losing parks and playgrounds, we're still losing tennis courts. And yet, for example, just up the road from me in East Kilbride, there was a huge investment in this big building called PlaySport, and then it lay empty. It wasn't fitted out. It's been used, I think, for some recreational activities, but not for the sport it was designed. You know, this is a very cold, wet, dark, wintry country half the time. It's difficult. There are a lot of challenges facing us if we want to play sport, and we need indoor facilities, much more than anywhere else in the rest of the country. We need them, and that requires investment and commitment. And if I talk about that commitment, if you look what's happening in our schools, despite years of trying, we have still not been able to deliver something as simple as 2 hours of PE in each of our schools. I mean, if it was 2 hours of maths, do you think it would have taken this long to be able to deliver it? You know, and for that matter, what does it say to have such a short debate as this tagged on and squeezed into the end of a long parliamentary day? Now, on the one hand, there is some good work going on. Whatever we might think about our national football side or the state of the professional game, there's some great work in youth football, and not just the fantastic work of Jim Fleeting and Andy Gould and all the SFA, but the unsung voluntary effort of coaches. On the other hand, how many of us have heard stories about what's happening in other sports, badminton, tennis, wrestling, canoeing, basketball, many others, of parents falling out with coaches, squabbles and infighting? There are so many good people working in these organisations, but I don't believe they have the governance, the accountability and not the transparency of funding that is needed to build confidence. I'm not convinced we have the structures in some sport to deliver a long-term strategy, to develop a strategy, never mind deliver it. Presiding Officer, this is an incredibly short debate and I shouldn't have taken an intervention. I wanted to make a big point about what particularly happens at the age of our teenage years.
We'll need to make it quickly.
It was just the point that there is a catastrophic falling off of participation, particularly amongst girls. It doesn't have to be that way. Many schools, if we just do the example of the best schools, we can change our world and we can take the example of Nelson Mandela. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McIntosh. Hayley MacLeod, followed by Margaret MacDonald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I welcome the opportunity to speak in this afternoon's debate and welcome the launch of the draft strategy consultation. And I also want to thank the Young People's Sports Panel for their work, and I'm very pleased that some of them have been able to join us for today's debate. This is a strategy for young people which has been guided by young people, and I congratulate them on that. I also warmly welcome the announcement about the £5.8 million funding to support schools in delivering PE lessons that will be continuing. And some of our members have already reflected on the importance of sport in promoting health and well-being. You know, we need sport for young people to function well at all levels so that it identifies and supports the champion athletes of the future, but also allows everyone to participate, whatever their ability. And as I said to Scotland MSP, I want to begin by mentioning that the Under-20 Ice Hockey World Championships are taking place at Dumfries Ice Bowl this week, and this morning saw the arrival in Glasgow of the Stanley Cup, the most prestigious trophy in ice hockey, ahead of celebrations in Dumfries later this week to mark 100 years of ice hockey in Britain. Now, this is great for Dumfries, and like the Commonwealth Games, it brings elite-level sport closer to home. And I think such opportunities as these are very important for our young people. And indeed, a key message in the strategy is the importance of opportunities, whether it is the chance to see world-class sporting events firsthand or to get involved in active participation. Now, much of what is happening in Dumfries and Galloway, Presiding Officer, to deliver opportunities is already aligned with the key areas which are outlined in the strategy. For example, the local council is moving ahead with plans to establish the community sport hubs, and the council itself has also secured funding from Sport Scotland to create a new post concentrating on developing competitive school sport across the region, which I understand is the first such post in Scotland. Secondary schools across Dumfries and Galloway are also part of the 2014 Ambassador Programme, and a LEAD 2014 conference is being planned for next February-March. The support and training which will be offered at that event will be linked to the Queen's Baton Relay as an opportunity to spread engagement in sport as widely as possible across the region. Now, reflecting the importance of the Great People strand of the strategy, Presiding Officer, Dumfries Dolphin Swimming Club is one of the first swimming clubs in Scotland to have worked through all of the elements of the Positive Coaching Scotland programme, and the Council is working with Sports Scotland on piloting the multi-skill coach training which the Minister referred to earlier. The Dumfries and Galloway branch of the Scottish Disability Sport also recently recorded a fantastic success at the National Junior Championships for swimmers with a sensory impairment or physical disability, with the region's swimmers well represented in the medals table. And I think it's vitally important that we are inclusive and we use this strategy to offer opportunities to all of our young people. And on the Great Places strand, there is a great opportunity in the Dalbeattie Schools project, which is a new learning campus which we built through the Scottish Futures Trust. And it's an opportunity for us to test the early involvement of Sports Scotland in the design process and create a really first-rate facility. Presiding Officer, there is so much that is positive both in the strategy itself and what is already happening on the ground that it is impossible to do the subject justice in the time that we have. So I want to close, therefore, by reflecting on the Minister's summary of what the Young People's Sports Panel said that they want. They want great opportunities, supported by great people, delivered in great places and given a higher profile. The draft strategy and the work that is already happening is starting to do just that, and I'm confident that it will deliver on those ambitions and the aspirations of Scotland's children and young people, and I look forward to the publication of the final strategy and the action plan next spring.
Thank you. Now Margaret MacDonald, followed by Colin Keir.
Presiding Officer, I have an interest to declare. I am this Parliament's one qualified specialist PE. I might have 2 sticks these days, but I wouldn't even be going around in 2 sticks had I not qualified in PE. And can I say right out to the Minister, although I greatly appreciate the work she's done in promoting the additional modules of PE at training colleges for general teachers, nothing will beat a PE specialist, and there should never be any money saved by having the shortage of PEs alluded to by Liz Smith. We cannot expect to improve on the quality without quality teaching and without the in-depth teaching and knowledge that comes from specialist PE teachers. The Minister, and I pay tribute to her, great tribute to her, she's been really good in the post, but she talked about the quantity that we now have, because there are stats to say that there are more kids doing 2 hours of quality PE. It trips off the tongue, quality PE, but I haven't yet seen a definition of it. However, what about the quality? What about that? Do we know whether or not the quality is improving? We can't possibly judge that at the moment because we don't have an even playing field, let's call it. But what about the idea of the strategy? Is the strategy to be better at sport and as a byproduct produce healthier people? Or is the strategy to have a healthier nation and try and do it through sport? There is a difference, and the priority has to be established.
I think to answer that, the strategy is about getting the core skills so that young people can go on to enjoy sport, the byproduct of which is a healthier life. And can I say the quality of PE is very important, and that's what the new money will focus on, is absolutely driving up the quality of it.
Margaret MacDonald. Obviously, I'm pleased to hear that. But I think that we have not yet identified the notion of strategic development of sport that suits Scotland, because there are fewer people taking part in sport, fewer young people taking part in sport of their own volition. That's what the figures say. And it can't all be explained by the PC in the bedroom generation. They've got that in Scandinavia, they've got that elsewhere. And although other countries, like ourselves, are finding it difficult to get young people to take part in active sport, countries more like us than we care to remind ourselves of, such as Iceland and such as Norway and Sweden and the Baltic countries, They have become experts in the sport that suits their terrain and suits their climate. Now, we are still trying to be world beaters in sports, perhaps, that we can never be world beaters in. Every so often somebody will pop up and be good. But we could have a greater number of people performing at a higher level if we chose the right sports. Why don't we choose winter sports to concentrate on? We're good at them. We're world beaters at winter sports. Why don't we choose sailing? Why don't we choose boxing? We're good at that too. Can we sort out how we feel about it? Why don't we choose the sport of orienteering, for example? I mean, we're made for sports like that, and we haven't really thought too much about it, that we might get more people involved. We haven't tried that. We have tried football, rugby and the other commonly played field sports, and people don't hang on to them. It's a minority of people who continue playing them after they've left school. So I would ask for a wider look at sports on the part of the Minister. But absolutely fundamentally, I want the Minister to go back to looking at PE in schools. She's done a great deal. Much has been talked about it. It's now fashionable to believe in it. But Ken McIntosh asked the question, why is it that it's an also-ran when it comes to educating our children? Because it's a tack-on subject. Why is it that some people still look at me and think I'm daft because I'm just a drilly? It's because there's a terrible snobbery in Scottish education, and there has been a snobbery in school classrooms, and it has been the PE teacher who has been derided as being the thick one. So you're asking why it is that PE doesn't have the status.
Can I ask that you wind up, please?
Well, I've said my piece. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
You're very welcome, Mrs MacDonald. Colin Keir, followed by Graham Pearce.
Can I thank you very much indeed for calling me today, Presiding Officer. Can I welcome this strategy for youth sports, and in particular the input by the Young Person Sports Panel. I think it's always good when those who we are trying to encourage to participate in sport are taking part in some of the direction finding that, quite frankly, we have required for some time. There's two issues as far as I see it. The first issue has obviously been dealt with by a number of people. It's how do we get young people into sport? What is sport at a very young level? And I think actually it was really just in the last part of the debate here between Ms MacDonald and the Minister that the word, fun came into it. We have to get people who find it a real sense of fun when you're kicking off. You get a youngster at primary, it's the only way you'll get them interested. And obviously the transition's been mentioned between primary schools and secondary schools. There's the physical changes that happen during adolescence, the whole thing that particularly affects girls involved in sport. And all of these things are absolutely correct, but they've been around for years and years. I'm glad to see, at least I see this as a first part of the tackling the problems that come in here. I am obviously delighted that 5.8 million has been mentioned by the Minister, the 89% of the schools. Yes, I would love 100% of the schools to have the full amount of PE. The issue really, though, that I wanted to go on was, having read the report, is actually how do you take people through when they identify what sport they're interested in? Because at school, you have the periods of PE, which are really tasters for kids to get into sport. What sport do you like? How do you get there? How do you carry it on? What's good for you? And it also comes round to the fact that, we want high-level athletes. Ken McIntosh mentioned Ian Stewart. Well, the first time I ran a 5,000 metres for Edinburgh AC back in the 70s, when I was 17, we stayed with the Stewart family in Birchfield. And these people are role models to us. And it's very difficult, it gets very, very despondent, actually, when I look at every flat race between 100 metres and marathon. The earliest, or the last time there was a Scottish record broken was 19 years ago with Tom McKean. And you go back to 75 for the 400 metres for David Jenkins. So there's obviously there's a role model issue here. These people have been and gone. A lot of people don't remember. You're having a laugh at Ian Stewart. People don't remember. I do. But then again, most of the people, such as Graham Williamson at the mile 1500, 1 mile, he was my captain in the Scottish Schools cross-country team. You know, you're going back so many years, so we have to get people involved. And this is where the people aspect comes into it. When I went to Craigmount School, it was great. We had the head of physical education was Peter Gallagher, a Scottish B international rugby player, but I had no interest at that time in rugby. But my English teacher was a 5-time Scottish marathon champion, excuse me, Colin Youngston, who got me into running, and through that I became an international, and it carried on from there. And it was absolutely fantastic. People is the key. We have to get people who inspire, people who really want the kids to do well. And that way, we'll have people who are having fun at sport, they're taking it through their entire career into adulthood, and hopefully we'll start seeing the results in future years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Keir. Graham Pearson, followed by Mark MacDonald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Young People's Sports Panel are to be congratulated for their contribution to this draft strategy. Great opportunities, great people, great locations are what our young people demand, something that is first class and attractive to participate in. But as Margot MacDonald indicated earlier, a higher profile for physical education as a subject in its own right is absolutely essential. And I would add one other aspect, at a cost that people and families can afford to participate. Today's debate is very timely. Only this morning, the British Journal on Sports Medicine reported from one of its contributors that the absence of a UK policy on physical activity was, in their opinion, mass child neglect. Now, whilst I wouldn't go so far in my own estimation of what this means, I understand the point that the writer was trying to make. And much has been made quite properly by the Minister about the successes thus far in the strategy. But within the Healthy Living Survey, there's also a statistic which indicates that children's participation in sport is decreasing from 73% in 2009 to 66% in 2012. And that's an important aspect that we need to take account of. Schools' commitment to sport and a meaningful provision of physical education is vital to the links between wider education, PE attainment and the development of the individual. And whilst it's to be welcomed that £5.8 million is to be dedicated to improving PE lessons, that £5.8 million is over a 2-year period. And that's, of course.
Margaret MacDonald.
Thank you for giving me. Just before he moves on, does he have any answer to the question as to why there should be this drop in the percentage of young people taking part in sport?
Graham Pearson.
I suppose there are a number of answers that could be offered and have been alluded to about our computer generation and so forth. But at the end of the day, it's about making sport attractive and making it meaningful to young people so that they will engage with it. And it's about providing sports which are relevant to those young people. In a country, as been indicated earlier, unfortunately it's dark for too many months, it's a bit wet on occasions and it's a bit cold. But no doubt most of us in this chamber have acknowledged that having become involved in sport, even in such circumstances, once you're out there, you enjoy it and you do engage when you've got PE teachers who are first class and know how to bring out the best in the pupils under their remit. But bear in mind, this £5.8 million is to be spread amongst 376 high schools, 193 special schools, 2,153 primary school locations. And I know that it will be invested at the top end, but once you spread it out amongst the pupils in Scotland, it doesn't amount to much at the end of the day. And I know that some schools currently spend over £600 per month hiring buses in order to get pupils to locations so they can engage in the very education that we would seek to support. The Youth Sports Strategy aims to ensure high-quality sports coaching more competitive sport between schools and the full involvement of disabled pupils. But bear in mind, many PE teachers are teaching to classes of 30, and the community sports training for those who would coach indicate that they would prefer that classes should be no more than 15 if that education is to be worthwhile in those circumstances. I commend the Minister for leading from the front. Today's a day not only to laud what's been achieved in the past, but to note there is much more to be achieved in the future. And if we are to give our children a future, then we need to take these matters more seriously. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Mark MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. In terms of youth sport, I've been both a participant, having been a member of my local athletics club when I was younger, and also a coach, having coached youth football prior to getting involved in elected politics, certainly, when I became a councillor. And I think one of the things that I think needs to be emphasised, and I thought Colin Keir made the very strong point, is that yes, absolutely, PE teachers are important. Indeed, it was through my PE teacher at secondary school that I was put in contact with the local athletics club. But there are so many more people out there who have a role to play in terms of driving the sport agenda. And it's not just the PE teacher at the school necessarily who has the capacity, for example, to run one of the school sports teams or to get children inspired and involved in sport. And I think that's something that is worth bearing in mind as we take this forward. Now, within my constituency, indeed within the city of Aberdeen, we have a number of very good sporting facilities. The Aberdeen Sports Village is a shining example of this government's commitment to delivering top quality sporting facilities, a strong investment in the city of Aberdeen. Adjoining it at the moment is the Aberdeen Aquatics Centre, currently under development, which was brought forward by the council administration that I was a part of, a 50-metre pool for the city of Aberdeen, which will allow for development and training for elite swimming clubs within the city. But I think that one of the things that we would be remiss not to recognise, I suspect I may be about to cover the point that the member may be about to make, so she'll let me develop it and see if it goes where she thinks it might. That one of the key points is that it's not just about elite sports people at the end of the day, because not everybody who gets involved with sport will be an elite sports person. Not everybody who joins a football team is going to win a trophy. Not everybody who joins an athletics club is going to win a medal or become a champion. And so it's important that we don't just promote sport as being about developing elite athletes for the future, but we also promote sport about being something that is fundamentally good in and of itself to get involved in that. I'll take the member.
For giving way. It wasn't the point they thought it might be. The council are providing top-class quality. All the clubs, and there's a lot of clubs in the Grampian area, will want to use the facility. Don't put the prices too high. That would be my message to the councils, because the clubs can't afford to take the water time.
Mark MacDonald.
I should have learned by now, Presiding Officer, that it's always a mistake to try and second-guess Margot MacDonald. But I do take the point that she's making. Indeed, I recently visited Zariba, who are the synchronised skating club in Aberdeen. They're currently the Scottish and UK champions in synchronised skating. And one of the pressures that they were facing was around the costs, not just of entering competitions, because they often have to travel internationally to compete, but also in terms of using the ice rink in Aberdeen. And it's a point that I took up on their behalf, and I think that there has been some progress in that regard. But I do agree with the point that Margaret MacDonald makes, because having been involved in youth sport, both as a participant and as a coach, I know that there are cost pressures for parents and children, but also for clubs as well. And some clubs are phenomenally successful at fundraising, at gaining sponsorship and advancing in that respect. Other clubs struggle, and perhaps we need to look at that and look at how we can assist those clubs who maybe don't have the easy ins to gaining sponsorship and gaining access to private funding, who maybe are based in deprived communities and therefore do not have the benefit of perhaps parents who are able to afford the most up-to-date equipment for their children or able to pay fees to enable their children to participate. So I do think that those are points that perhaps we need to look at going forward. But I welcome the draft strategy, and I'm sure that it will be informed by the consultation.
Thank you. We now move up to the winding up speeches. I call Mary Scanlon. Ms Scanlon, you've got 4 minutes.
Thank you. I'd first of all like to thank Margaret MacDonald on her speech. It really takes a qualified, highly specialised PE teacher just to tell us what it's all about. And well done, Margot. I started reading the government's draft strategy, giving children and young people a sporting chance, after coming home from my Pilates class last night. So my first comment is that not only children and young people need access to sports and exercise, but people of all ages. And what I would say is I looked back to where our adult strategy is, and I could find the Labour Lib Dem publication Let's Make Scotland More Active, published in 2003, which did include children and adults. And I understand that since this strategy, which sets targets of physical activity for children and adults by 2022, we tend to have focused on children, which is reasonable and fair in terms of assuming they will continue to be physically active throughout their life. However, I would hope that the target set for adults in 2003, which I understand were reviewed in 2008, has not been abandoned, and I would ask the Minister for a progress update, either in summing up of this speech or if she'd like to get back in writing. But there is much that the Government can do, along with local government, to provide local facilities for exercise and other classes for people of all ages. But I would just like also to refer back to the Health and Sport Committee, who carried out an inquiry into pathways into sport in 2009. And we discovered that where there was a can-do attitude, like East Renfrewshire, then the 2 hours of quality physical education by specialist PE teachers was delivered. In other local authorities, there were plenty of excuses to be found, such as a crowded curriculum, lack of facilities, transport, staff issues and many more. And we also heard that physically active children were more alert and attentive in the classroom with their level of fitness, which enhanced the learning abilities. But we do no, I've only got 4 minutes, Margot, sorry. We do welcome and acknowledge the progress that has been made towards achieving the 2 hours of PE, but I read from the SNP manifesto: to help Scottish children develop the habit of physical fitness, we will ensure that every pupil has 2 hours of quality PE each week delivered by specialist PE teachers. Now, I was a lecturer for 20 years, more than 20 years, before coming here. And if someone had said to me, right, you take your students for PE this week, I wouldn't know where to start. I actually think my students would have been at quite a disadvantage if I had been expected to take them for PE. But apart from the obvious reasons of fitness and participation in sport, we are now much more aware of the positive link of sport to combat obesity, type 2 diabetes, links to heart disease, high blood pressure, arthritis and depression. I'm looking at the clock here. Can I just say of the strategy, I was pleased to note that in addition to the target of 2 hours, that the Government do acknowledge that learning to swim and cycle are fundamental skills for life. I'm not sure what the 37% of eligible children receiving cycling on-road training means, but given the word eligible, I presume that this is not 37% of all children. So I would just ask, Presiding Officer, in summing up, that a little bit more than one paragraph for swimming and cycling could be included in the main strategy when it comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just remind members that they should address each other or refer to each other by their full name? I call Duncan McNeill. Mr McNeill, you've got 6 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just following on from Mary Scanlon, and it's not surprising that given our involvement in the Health Committee, that we would focus, look at this as a health issue. And in a week where we had a shocking headline about 20 people dying from the result of alcohol. I remember the last time we had a debate, the Minister reminded us that 50 people a week die from inactivity and lack of exercise, and this issue costs the health service something like £90 million a year. So I see these strategies and all the strands of these strategies as feeding into that healthy nation that was mentioned by Stuart Maxwell and Margot, I think, as well, in terms of. So it goes without saying, I think, that sport has a significant role to play in encouraging young people to live more active lifestyles which can improve their outlook. And hopefully, if they get an experience that's an enjoyable one, that boosts their confidence and their physical and mental well-being, then they will take that into their later years. And we have all been inspired by those people who are already involved, of course. And St Joseph's School, key fitness initiative which involved the Greenock Morton's captain, Mark McLaughlin. And I mention him because the power of good coaches is important here. Those primary school children were not passive participants in a sport exercise. They were getting access to somebody who was a good coach, who had part of that exercise that I witnessed was developing their ability to coach their other primary school teachers. They took a turn of coaching, which developed their confidence no end. It was really, really inspiring to watch. And during the Health and Sport Inquiry, some of my colleagues saw the work of Scottish basketball. And these young women go through that whole process and become ambassadors for their sport. And to watch young primary girls watching these older girls and taking the class, they were in awe and there was a connection there. So it can be made meaningful, it can be made really great. And of course, I don't know, go on then. Quickly though.
The member's given an excellent example of a sport that has far too much underfunding when it has so much potential.
Duncan McNeill.
Well, I think it's what they make of it as well in terms of money and the enthusiasm within a particular sport, and young people want to participate in that sport, and that's why it's really important. I think that this strategy has been developed by young people, listening to young people, and we were talking about the quality of coaching and teaching and everything else. In my day, we had PE teachers. It wasn't very exciting. People often, because on a rainy day, they used to run us up to Lyle Hill from Rankin Park and run us back down again. Now, that wasn't very inspiring, so it's important that we listen to young people and prepare, as Stuart Maxwell says, for the legacy and the enthusiasm that will be focused on the Commonwealth Games, and we need to harness this. And I'll come back to this later, I think, and what we need to do that. There's no doubt that could be an important step for developing a lasting legacy beyond 2014, if we listen to young people, if we put things in place that can encourage all of that. So, Presiding Officer, I'd like to deal with some of the issues that I should say that we're glad there was a health and sport recommendation that we did set up. A young people's forum, and so we're glad that the Minister took advice there. The government's plans to extend competitive sport between schools, and I think that can really work for people. But there is no doubt that the competitive experience, as described by others, Ken McIntosh and Colin, that it can be inspiring, it can motivate young people to improve their skills. But we've also got to bear in mind that we're not developing elite athletes. We're developing for people through that enjoyment and fun, and we hope that they take that into their teenage years and indeed into their adult years if we have to meet these health targets. So the aim, to tackle, as Patricia Ferguson says, to tackle the discrimination issue and the issues here, to allow young people to be attracted, supported in their sporting activity, irrespective of their gender, their race, their sexuality, or indeed their class, because these are the areas where young people are not involving, and we need to tackle that issue. And of course, disabilities were mentioned about the extra cost to ensure that young people with disabilities should be there. The mention of volunteers is vitally important, and we are unfortunately, and it's one of those barriers I think that we need to tackle if we hope to develop that legacy. The numbers of people that are volunteering in Scotland now that enable people to participate in sport are flatlining at best. Our international comparisons with Finland, Ireland, Netherlands, Denmark, Germany, we're lagging behind all of those countries, and we need to do better there if we have to achieve that legacy. The Minister said, and she is right,
the members start winding up.
Particularly in Inverclyde, the facilities that we have never been best served, but we can't build a strategy on the fact that 40% of the available outdoor space in secondary schools is used, and only 28% of that is used in the school holidays. We need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McNeill. I now call on Shona Robertson to wind up the debate. Ms Robertson, if you could continue until 6:15.
Okay. Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think it's been a very good debate, and thank everybody for their comments. I know it's been quite a short debate. Happy to come back to Parliament, but what I will ask is that the Young People's Sports Panel consider all of the suggestions that have been made in today's debate and taking that forward to publishing a final strategy and action plan in the spring of next year. And some good suggestions there were. Certainly happy to look at Patricia Ferguson's suggestion around the scholarship, and if we can go further around access for children with a disability, then of course we will do so. Liz Smith again made some useful contributions, similarly to Tavish Scott, around the travel costs. Have already committed to looking at that. Stuart Maxwell reminded us of some of the more positive statistics. The 2/3, 70% of children aged 2 to 15 meeting the recommended levels of physical activity, but we don't want to be complacent, which is why we have no difficulty in accepting the Labour amendment, because we do recognise there's always more to be done. Ken McIntosh talked about the requirement for more indoor facilities, particularly during the winter period. I absolutely recognise that. That's why we have given such a focus on opening up the school estate, because in many communities that is the best community sporting facilities that there are, but it needs to be open beyond the school day. And of course the recent research that Sport Scotland undertook shows that actually a lot of it is open beyond the school day, but we need to make sure that that it all is open beyond the school day, and the hubs are a good way of doing that. Ken McIntosh said, why has it taken... Yes.
Duncan McNeill.
Many positive aspects to it, and as a good model. But we should also recognise what the sports clubs bring to our local communities, a sense of well-being, the solidarity, and that they should not be forced into a hub model if they don't want it.
Minister.
The hubs are the clubs in many respects, but I agree, if clubs don't want to be go into a hub, then that's fine. But many of them, of course, do, because they can share facilities, they can share resources, they can share people. It's a good model, particularly for the smaller clubs that were mentioned by, I think it was Martin MacDonald, during the debate. Ken McIntosh said, why has it taken so long to deliver the 2 hours PE? Exactly, Ken McIntosh, which is why I wanted to take it by the scruff of the neck and make it happen, because for me it had taken too long. To have only 10% of schools in 2004-05 actually meeting the 2 hours PE was a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, which is why getting to nearly 90% of schools delivering those 2 hours and 2 periods, in my estimation, is not a bad track record to get to that position. But we are not complacent. We are not complacent. I want to see all schools delivering that as a minimum, only a minimum. And that's why we have invested £11.6 million, £5.8 million over the last 2 years, £5.8 million over the next 2 years to make that happen. And every local authority has to come up with a plan on how every school within their authority will deliver on that target. And the money, of course, helps to oil the wheels of that discussion. Yes.
Ferguson.
Presiding Officer, as I said earlier, we very much welcome the increase in the number of young people who are getting access to that physical activity through PE. But I would just point out to her that the baseline figure was actually for 2 hours, not for 2 periods. So we're not comparing like with like. And we were also talking originally about quality PE delivered by PE specialists.
Minister.
I think you'll actually find in reality, when it came to counting the secondary sector, that it actually wasn't 2 hours. It was based on the period system within the secondary sector. But do you know what? Let's just get the target met and get more kids having more PE. And the focus now is absolutely driving up the quality of that, because I do recognise that quality is absolutely critical and we need to drive up the quality, and that's what the new funding will focus on. Aileen MacLeod, I'm absolutely delighted that Dumfries has, I will in a second, that Dumfries has the ice hockey tournament. It's a big deal for the town and I hope it goes well. Margot, I'm just about to come on to Margot MacDonald, made, as always, some very, very good points. And she talked about sport that we're good at and successful. I can tell her that the fastest growing sport in Scotland is girls' football. And I tell you something else, one of the benefits from that, of course, is how fantastically our national women's football team is doing. And I don't think that's a coincidence, because we have all these girls enjoying football and excelling at the sport. But she made the point about quality, and I'll give way in a second. She made the point about quality and the status of physical education. I think she makes a really important point, which is why we are driving forward initiatives like Better Movers, Better Thinkers, because it demonstrates the academic performance of children, of course, improves with physical activity being enhanced and physical education being enhanced within the school. So there's an academic benefit to that as well. I'll give way to Margaret
MacDonald. Forgiving me, she's very patient with me. But I wonder if she could take on something even more fundamental and have a look to see whether or not the idea of incorporating specialist PE colleges, as they were when I trained, into the universities, where I fear that there's far too much classroom work and that approach adopted. Minister.
Well, what I want to do is to make sure that the PE resource in its broadest sense is there, whether it's PE specialists, whether it's well-trained, confident classroom teachers, whether it's coaches working in partnership with teachers. It's about children enjoying PE. It's about them wanting to do to have more of it. It's not, and that's not always about the qualifications. It's about the skills of the person in enthusing the young person in PE and sport. It's about all of those things. A number of other points were made during the debate that I just want to touch on. Graham Pearson talked about affordability and access, and I think that's an important point, which is why the community sports hubs are really important, because we've made it a condition around the community sports hubs that affordability is key. We want the school estate, we want the community sports facilities to be open, but we want them to be affordable to all, and that's an important point that's been made during the debate. Can I reassure Mary Scanlon on the point about we haven't forgotten adults? This, of course, was a youth sports strategy debate, so you'll excuse me for focusing on young people. But, of course, adults are important, and I can tell her that, of course, the targets still remain. And I can tell her that the latest statistics showed that 62% of adults met the recommended physical activity levels. There's always more to do. That's why we're investing in Pass for All. That's why we're about to deliver our new national walking strategy, because we know that walking is one of the critical physical activities for the older population. So we haven't given up on the grown-ups at all. But getting early habits, starting with early habits, good habits within the school environment is really important, because we know that active children and young people become active adults in later life. Can I thank everyone for the debate, and we'll certainly look for other opportunities to come back to Parliament for a future debate on the final strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate on the youth sports strategy. I am minded to accept a motion without notice to bring forward decision time to now. Minister.
Moved.
Thank you. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. We now move to decision time. There are 10 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion number 8559 in the name of Alex Salmond on a motion of condolence for Nelson Mandela be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed to. The next question is that amendment number 8544.1 in the name of Jenny Mara, which seeks to amend motion number 8544 in the name of Rosanna Cunningham on human rights be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. We move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 8544.1 in the name of Jenny Mara is as follows. Yes, 39. No, 62. There were 11 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed to. The next question is that motion number 8544 in the name of Rosanna Cunningham on human rights be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Thank you. The motion is therefore agreed to. The next question is that amendment number 8540.3 in the name of Claire Baker, which seeks to amend motion number 8540 in the name of Richard Lockhead on end-of-year fish negotiations be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The amendment is therefore agreed to. The next question is amendment number 8540.2 in the name of Alex Johnson, which seeks to amend motion number 8540 in the name of Richard Lockhead on end-year fish negotiations be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The amendment is therefore agreed to. The next question is amendment number 8540.1 in the name of Tavish Scott, which seeks to amend motion number 8540 in the name of Richard Lockhead on end-year fish negotiations be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. We move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 8540.1 in the name of Tavish Scott is as follows. Yes, 15. No, 97. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed to. The next question is that motion number 8540 in the name of Richard Lockhead, as amended by Claire Baker and as amended by Alex Johnson on end-year fish negotiations be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed to. The next question is amendment number 8546.2 in the name of Patricia Ferguson, which seeks to amend motion number 8546 in the name of Shona Robinson on youth sports strategy be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The amendment is therefore agreed to. The next question is amendment number 8546.1 in the name of Liz Smith, which seeks to amend motion number 8546 in the name of Shona Robinson on the youth sport strategy be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. We move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 8546.1 in the name of Liz Smith is as follows. Yes, 51. No, 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed to. The next question is that motion number 8546 in the name of Shona Robertson as amended by Patricia Ferguson on the youth sports strategy be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed to. That concludes decision time. We now move to members' business. Members who leave the chamber should do so quickly and quietly.